Did you take it out on
depends
like,
on like how far you're going, I guess, because it's
Yeah.
still 270 miles of range versus a full gas tank.
Well,
that
it's
you
the
can charge.
Solterra range.
Oh, it's Subaru EV, yeah,
Yeah.
1,000 times over.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like, but like I see
An
all these
actual
people
Subaru.
driving the wilderness on the road all the time, and like, trust me, I wanted it. Like every bone in my body was like, that looks sick.
Yeah.
I like to go outside once in a while, and that would look cool. But like, it's mostly commuting on 78, and then I'm just getting worse gas mileage out of it.
That's true.
So that's good to know. Good to see. I also have you guys seen the Prius reviews like blowing up?
Yeah.
We kind of predicted
I knew
this.
it would, dude.
Because like
I
I made a review for those who don't know. We were talking about how sick the new Prius kind of looks, and we're like, is it sick? Like, is it actually a kind of a nice car now? And so we got it and we reviewed it, and it is confirmed a pretty fun car. And so I ended up making the video talking about how it's a hybrid, but it's a nice like stopgap in between. Because a lot of people, believe it or not, are just not ready for an EV yet. There's a lot of places where the infrastructure doesn't make sense yet. But if you have a short-ish commute, you can use the Prius Prime, which is a plug-in hybrid, as an EV and a backup gas tank. Just has a little backup gas tank. So it's a nice looking Prius.
Backup gas.
Just a little backup 400 miles of range on gas. But it has solar panels on the roof as an
Yeah.
option, which we're gaining in a
8
sunny
miles a day.
4 miles.
The Reverend Mother will want to hear of this, but she's away at Corvalar. Seek your blessing there. Everything is unfolding as Inarius foretold. Soon, he will be free to escape Sanctuary and return to the
Miles a day.
4 miles.
Adding 4 miles a day to your range, which is better
Something.
than trickling away your range. You know,
That's true.
you'll never have a dead battery if you leave it in the sun.
That's true.
What if you don't drive it for like 3 days? Does that mean you get 12 miles?
Yeah.
If it's a sunny day and you leave it in a place that gets sun all day?
What's
yes.
the maximum
like this.
capacity?
Where are we going? About 40 to 45 miles of electric.
That's
only
not
driving.
bad, because I only live like 11 miles away from here. So
You could conceivably use it as a fully electric car.
yeah.
11 miles of driving, like actual driving, yeah. You could actually leave it
Although
out in
if
the
I only
sun.
get 4 miles a day, then it's like
But if you,
Well,
so let's
either
say
way.
you start with 44, yeah, you don't drive it on the weekend. So you start with 44 miles of range, you drive to work, you end up, let's say, with 30. You drive back, you end up with 10. I'm being conservative. Then it was in the sun all day, so maybe you actually end up with 15.
yeah.
And then you have to plug it in. So you will have to plug it in,
Oh, I
but
can't
you
plug it
you can use it as a full EV and never use the gas.
If I had anywhere to plug it in, I
and
would.
then, go to work.
I like what Toyota's doing with their Prime, because like the Prime line seems to be just their like better plug-in hybrids, because they have a RAV4 Prime that's similar. It's like about 40 miles of range on a battery that also has gas.
So I believe the Prime specifically means plug-in. And then they have
Yeah, they have hybrid for every single car they make, and then they have the plug-in hybrid of I think only the Prius and the RAV4.
Okay.
I wanted the RAV4 Prime very badly, but when I was buying my car, the only ones I could find were like 60K, and at that point, that's the price of the full EV.
Yeah, that's always the X factor. Is like anytime you talk about the price of a car, you always have to go, but can you get it for that price?
Yeah.
Is there like a huge deal?
Probably not as bad. Come on, you're doing great with these things, but like, come on, step it up. EV stuff more. All right, one quick little news article here that news, but Blue, the company everyone knows and loves from the Blue Yeti, the Blue Snowball. If you have ever created content, you probably owned one of these.
If you created content like 6 to 7 years ago, it was like the cheapest, best microphones that you could get.
This is a fun fact. A long time ago, I used to be really into like series and like playlists of videos, and I started a series called like YouTube Gear, where I was gonna review specifically gear that I thought was great for YouTube, and I probably only did like 2 or 3 of these before I stopped. But I'm pretty sure the first one I ever made was reviewing.
Did you see that I put a wristband in the cart for the static? Because there's wristbands where, like, when you're building a PC, they a lot of times recommend having this, like, static wristband so that you don't shock your parts, because that can really ruin it. But I was like, I bet that'd frickin' work for this. and I could just strap my wristband to like something metal, and then I'd be good to go. Is that funny? Yeah. Yeah. Because like I even hear the static in my earbuds when it builds up. It gets a little crackly. This just makes so much static. Yeah. And if I'm not touching anything, it's just... Yeah. I thought that might be a decent solution.
The blue Yeti or Snowball. I think it was a Snowball because I use that mic a lot.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
a circular
Okay,
one.
this is Snowball.
Yeah, and that thing was like $99, and it was just a great plug-and-play USB mic that you could recommend to anyone. Gaming, streaming, screen recording, anything you need a mic for that can be on camera right in front of you. That was
You've like tried to start and so Blue the company is going away, but that's just because Logitech bought them a while ago, and Logitech wants to integrate it into their Logitech G brand, which is like their gaming specific brand. Wow, the Blue Snowball's only
costs
$50
$40
now.
now.
That's crazy.
still a great deal. Yep.
That's awesome.
that's wild.
They'll probably be even cheaper because now they have to say Blue when you say Logitech.
Oh, but the ones that still say Blue will be like collector's items now.
That's a fair
And if you
point.
get a renewed one, it's only $20.
That's wild.
Best mic.
Great audio.
Right.
Plug and play. Simple.
So it'll probably all be exactly the same. Just Logitech branding anymore. But it still feels like a sad day when the Blue Yeti is something.
Black. They made an all matte black.
It's kind of weird. I feel like it's got like a
Blue.
Yeah, Blue has an interesting set of things. They basically just make microphones.
Yeah.
And they had these like these like high-end XLR mics too that I eventually started messing
It
with.
ranges. There's like the $50 Snowball to the like $3,000 XLR.
Yeah. So there was a healthy range of people to like get into mics for the first time and then experiment with like features and high-end audio range stuff. So I thought that brand was pretty strong. I guess, Logitech wants their own brand to be pretty strong. So they'll bleed those into their own products. But yeah, Rip Blue.
Rip
blue.
Ripperoni.
Ripperoni.
All right. Can we talk about Twitch controversy, which when I first wrote this down, then they like totally backtracked it. So, but I still want to talk about it very quickly.
Yeah.
So Twitch, beacon of good ideas, never any...
Seems like they can't miss.
They can't miss.
Has never angered any creators ever.
I feel like I have to bring this up because I talked about this stream. See where it's happening. So Twitch basically made a statement about how creators on the platform, in order to kind of like embed sponsors they had to be smaller than 3% of the entire stream real estate. 3%. And when people started doing mock-ups of this, we're talking very, very, very exactly. It was like a totally ridiculous, out of nowhere change that they wanted to make, and streamers' livelihoods are pretty much these sponsored streams. I mean, like all creators kind of have sponsored integrations that is a large portion of their revenue. And this is coming after, not too long ago, them taking the revenue split of subscriptions and like dicing really hard. So they come out with this, and then I was gonna talk a little bit about how ridiculous this was because universally there was backlash about it. Within 24 hours, they released a statement that said, "Yesterday we released new branded content guidelines that impact your ability to work with sponsors to increase your income from streaming. These guidelines are bad for you and bad for Twitch, and we are removing them immediately."
Nice.
Possibly
and that sounds like we also fired the person who wrote that.
Wow.
So, like, I mean, that's
like
insane.
the next day.
It was literally in the release. It says yesterday we released this, and it was bad for Twitch.
That's crazy.
Good to know.
I feel like this is just another blip in the Twitch radar of like, I've talked a bunch about why I'm surprised YouTube doesn't feel like it's fighting Twitch harder for a live streaming platform.
It used to.
It felt like it did. This just is more and more because a lot of partners threatened to leave Twitch over this immediately, like very big streamers.
Oh.
And YouTube is the obvious next choice. I mean,
Yeah, that's why YouTube doesn't have to fight Twitch.
exactly. I'm now 100% in this whole like mindset of YouTube doesn't care anymore because they know Twitch is going to destroy itself.
They
in
just
5 years.
Yeah, like YouTube makes a lot of money and YouTube is so stable that Twitch is sort of like flailing as the second place obvious streaming thing where like they're being attacked from both sides. If you're Twitch, you have this small upstart streaming services threatening to eat your lunch, and then you have the looming like, how do we become bigger than YouTube in streaming over the top?
Yeah, I would argue Twitch is the #1 streaming platform, and then
Is
YouTube
that by
is
what metric?
by people. When you want to watch a
Concurrent
live streamer, you're going to Twitch. It's just because like it's focused around it. It's the discoverability is better on
You could
it.
definitely.
I think everyone would argue.
I would say there's probably
100%. I think inside those streams, there's more concurrent viewers per stream.
So I think that's probably true. I mean, especially in the way of when you think of streaming creators, definitely. I always think of Twitch. But also, like, whenever there's a new tech event, whenever there's a new Apple stream, whenever there's a new SpaceX launch, whenever there's a new car launch, it's always YouTube.
Let's call it then the creator live.
For sure. Like, Twitch would love all of the live streaming pie. But, like, that, I can't ignore that. Like, I watched a SpaceX launch that had, like, 1 million concurrent viewers or something crazy.
Wow.
Just weird things happen. But also, yeah, like, you want to be able to offer creators as much as possible, but you also need to make money to exist. And those are, like, almost opposing when you're Twitch and you're trying to grow.
It's not like Amazon is though, or anything.
Yeah, they do have Amazon money.
So
That's a
like,
good
but
point.
you know they're screwing that Amazon money up because they already cut so much of the revenue split between them so hard. I still potentially I would like to see the numbers, but like there are those 1 million streams, and then there's also XQC and Hassan and stuff on Twitch who have like 200,000 to 400,000 people watching them 8 hours a day, every day, stuff like that. So I still think the numbers might be bigger on Twitch, but I don't think YouTube is worried at all because they have numbers like that, and then they also know Twitch is inevitably probably.
Twitch apparently has 140 million monthly active users. YouTube, they don't split it out into which ones of those are live streaming.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Because YouTube, it says 2.1 billion. And I'm like, but what percentage of that
that's
is live streaming?
very
Really hard to, like, by the numbers, Instagram might have this thing live streaming. It'll be hard to
very
find.
hard to tell.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I think YouTube's going to take over the creator space, the individual creator live streaming space eventually from Twitch. There's places like Stake coming up, but they're just a total mess, and I don't think anything will happen with that. Some other weird ones. But like, if Microsoft can't figure it out, Amazon is screwing up with Amazon. You don't even remember. It was called
Microsoft made one, and then they get Ninja to go to it, and it had moments, and then
I forgot about that.
They paid Ninja.
You remember, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They paid Ninja like $1 billion. It was called Mixer.
that was good.
I think
Just
Crowd and Ninja each made close to 30 million, I think.
and then it just shut down within like
Within
less
their
than a
contract.
year.
So they literally got
Yeah.
to get paid and break their contract and go back. And
Go
then
back
they
to
got like
Twitch.
crazy reunion. Like,
This is like the live golf PGA Tour thing. It's like, you took your money, and then you just came right back. And it was totally fine. Sorry, that's a reference. You guys don't even worry about it.
I'm sure some will understand.
I sort of kept up with that over the weekend.
the live stuff. That's for the racing.
The waveform. Here's a quick summary. The PGA Tour has been the biggest golf league in the world
Pro
up
Golf
until
Association.
PGA, exactly, Professional Golf Association, and then very quickly a bunch of Saudi investment firms with a lot of money decided they wanted to sort of improve their image by sponsoring a new golf tour. So they paid a lot of money to a bunch of high-end golfers to leave the PGA Tour to start up this new tour. They successfully did it. They ran it for a little bit. Some of the biggest PGA Tour golfers stood loyal to the PGA Tour and turned down $300, $400, $500, $600, $700 million deals. A year later, out of nowhere, random announcement: we're merging.
Okay, but here's the worst part about that is that the CEO of PGA was telling all the players, stand by, like, it's bad to, like, go play for the Saudis.
He was
like,
shaming them.
He was shaming them. He was saying, like,
Lot of
you
it.
got to stick with us. Like, we're like this. We got values. And
Think of the
then he
values.
just, and then
By the
he
Horadrim.
convinced them to not leave.
Lead you through this crude trap.
Oh, it was just a maze. Gotcha, dude. I thought I was just clueless. I'm just wandering. mindlessly.
Relax. No harm
Guess
will
that was
come
the
to
goal.
you here.
Good? Really? No apartment wall?
Who are you?
Oh, this was the wolf
An
at the very beginning, right?
admirer of sorts. I saved you in the
Yeah.
mountains. You'd lost your horse and crawled into that cave.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Would have frozen to death if not for me.
What's up, dude? I don't know if he saved us.
Why are you helping me?
I mean, just...
Oh, it's very simple. You want to stop Lilith, and I want you to succeed. But you'll never do that by following the Horadrim. Their path always ends in fire and death.
I mean, because they protected Sanctuary.
Seen enough. Open the door.
I mean, it's true, though, because the stupid druids that were... Oh, no, they were against them, too. Donuts. One bit.
Why are you telling me all this? To warn you. A day will come when the Horadrim stumble. Don't be there when they do. The portal will lead you to that little girl you're looking for.
Thanks, Wolf. That's cool. I mean, it's so hard to trust them, too, because it's like, you got angels and demons constantly fighting, playing with us.
Tristram, the Horadrim of old imprisoned Diablo, the Lord of Terror beneath the earth. And then they built this town nearby. You can see how that turned out.
Yeah. Not super good.
I like the world the way it was, without Lilith. Her little game of rebellion
chaos.
will only lead to chaos. You've already seen visions of the damage she can do.
Yeah.
Yes, I know you have fed her blood. Do you feel it changing you? Perhaps not yet. But as long as Lilith walks in your world, it is only a matter of time.
Roger. So basically, you just eat everything. She's Lilith's part. Basically, what is it? I think I'm following. Still, like, what's the how do we know he ain't a demon?
Back in the Horadrim's illusion. Meyrel,
There you are.
Oh, hey, dude.
I think I've lost my way. The same thing happened to my mother and me earlier on. The trail to the vault ends here, so it should be somewhere around in these woods.
Nice. They got a crate, feeling good.
Someone fleeing with us. This is a maze. And this. What's that supposed to be? The path is different now. The statue was the source of an illusion. I must have finally, the horizon falls.
And then he just sold the company.
Yeah, and now the values aren't so important.
And was like negotiating behind their backs. Like, how messed up
How
is that?
backstabbed would you feel if you turned down?
Dude, if you turned out like
money?
$700 million and then you had no option
Let's
anyway,
not
and it
give
was
up
like,
hope.
now we're the same company.
And now all the dudes who did take the $200-300 million are coming back like, hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, how's it going? Want to play some golf this weekend?
Made
While we're
500
talking about
straight.
random sports, Messi coming to MLS, baby.
What happened?
Alright. Give a spell.
Sealed shut. What of the passage over there?
Face bug. Lesser versus incantations. I think that might be the key.
This is
All I see is like he went to Miami,
Yeah, he's going to Inter Miami.
and the only quote that I saw was like, I saw that my teammates would have to take a pay cut to pay me $1 billion, and I didn't like that. So
Basically, but it's more so that Apple's giving him a cut of their streaming revenue, basically. Supposedly, we don't know.
Back to tech.
I don't think we know
Here we go.
for real.
Apple's got that kind of money?
They have a
It's not like
I think
they're
it was
a
$2
revenue
billion.
trillion dollar
Yeah, they did a $2 billion deal with Apple TV and MLS to do MLS season pass, and then they signed Messi.
Wow.
Which is like a
To
big reason to
MLS.
watch the MLS.
So numbers going
Okay,
through the roof
yeah,
now.
you all make fun of me for Taylor.
Donor brought a book on his visit. The writing is ancient. Scroll from the history. Lorth will not be pleased, but if I'm to fight, so I need to study everything. Lorth is wise, but he's cautious. Many of the notes you're dealing with mathematics and prophecy. That's why we got in this
Hey, wait for me.
spot to begin with. Stupid prophecy.
It's the same seal as before. Should be easy enough to break it again. But why would someone use it here?
One way to find out.
Ain't that the
Of
truth?
course, we can't let anything stop our pursuit of Lilith. I'll open the door, and if we split up, we'll work faster that way.
Only if you stay on this side
Tell
of the
me to
door.
frick off, dude.
Fine.
Go and get.
What am I looking for?
Don't you know? A book, a scroll, or anything that will help us cross the Black Lake. Chespith Chat.
Steady. Big old freaking steady. Why is everything great? Oh, I just dodged all your. What's this way? Another study. Nada, nada. Yeah, so this was a big place where they were. Man, it got taken over by it though. There's done some dark things in here. Oh, I assume that stuff would destroy me if I walked into it. It's just friendly. It's blood, I guess. Let's go. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, this place was huge. Noise. I don't wanna. I want to go adventure. Yeah, this place is huge. What are you idiots doing? tort. Not a tort. Anything but a tort. Jeez, I have a ton speared offerings. Interesting. Okay, we're back. Yep, right around the corner.
I hope you had more luck than me.
Oh yeah, we found a big magic book. Protected by...
Interesting.
Chidla.
This ledger was written by the Haradrim. This is chronicling spells and theories created by Rathma, the first necromancer.
Written
That's
by the
not
Haradrim,
what we're looking for.
But
No.
created by Rathma? That's interesting.
But it can still work.
Was
There must be a
Rathma
spell in this book we can use to bring my mother back. She knows the ritual to cross the Black Lake.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
No kidding. Ooh,
It's all we have. My mother will help us
really
through.
tried to kill you.
Meet me down there.
Really tried to kill you. Oh man, necklace. Just 66 things. Cool, dude. Super useful, dude. Can I... No. Unlockers. Just take the long way. Where are we going? Uh-oh. That's a side quest. That's main quest. Oh yeah, it's probably down here. Is there a teleporter? No, there's not. Unlockers. Well, we'll go here. Make use of the travel. Anywho. Get out of my fucking way, dude. I've heard some good things, dude. Interesting family. I'm sure you're totally sane. supposed to emote, huh? Like one of these.
Thanks.
Sweet. There we go. Okay, and then we have to go here.
More strangers in the camp.
Oh, get on out of here, dude. We're here to help. Don't want to hear it, dude.
Swift resale tickets. The tickets going for any game Messi's gonna play in now is like $5,000.
I know I'm trying to get one. So if anyone knows,
Just saying.
Messi,
Yeah.
Taylor Swift, fair,
Well,
fair.
I'm
okay.
going
Yeah,
to the
entertainer.
Messi,
finals.
Taylor Swift.
I'm going to the Dota 2 International Finals.
how much were those?
Did you pay $5,000?
$7?
You just have to be super toxic. And you get into the
Oh, they just invite people. No, yeah, that's Twitch, man. Twitch is doing stuff. Where do we put them in the tier list? Because I know YouTube is S tier, and people always roast me for saying that. But let's be
Well,
honest.
okay. Well, I also think the reason people roast me for that is it's like,
I didn't say they're flawless.
no. And I don't think anyone thinks you said that either. I think it's just like, so the social media tier list is like, am I talking about social media where I post about my personal stuff and follow other personal people?
Okay,
or
I'll
just
step
social media?
Social media as a creator wanting
Yes.
to make a living.
For sure. I think if you
YouTube
say
is
as a creator,
absolute top.
it's undisputed.
YouTube's S tier.
It's the highest, no doubt.
I don't
There's
know,
nothing
man.
below it.
TikTok.
You don't make money on
Biting at your
TikTok.
ankles.
It doesn't matter.
Like 35
Dude,
bucks.
I went to a dinner last night with people who were all over TikTok. They were like repeating this catchphrase of this TikToker from like Hong Kong or something. And they were like, "Oh, he's so famous, he's so famous." I'm like, "Okay, but like, how is this making him any money whatsoever?" It's
Probably
like,
trying to drive as many people as possible off of TikTok to make money.
He's a tailor.
A tailor.
Yeah, he does like he tailors suits and stuff.
That probably makes more money in the videos.
Oh, I thought he was a Swiftie.
Honestly,
Yeah.
Taylor.
that's half of my TikTok.
Anyway, I just if you want to make money on the internet, like doing things on the internet, like there's nothing better than YouTube.
Hey, let's go.
Let's take a quick break. We got to talk about another company making lots of great decisions. Be right back.
Trivia.
Whoa.
Oh,
dude.
of
Did you
course.
forget?
Bro,
we
we
skipped
skipped
it last
1
week, and now
week,
my
and
brain melted out of my ears, and I forgot about trivia.
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 Dude.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Aha.
update on the score. Marquez has 19. Andrew has 16. David has 20. First question.
That's right.
I feel like Blue Microphones has been around forever, but obviously that's not true. What year was the company founded? Think on it.
I always like these questions because it's always way earlier than I thought.
Yeah, but Adam said that's not true.
They haven't been around forever, but they've been around for
Huh?
some amount of time. We just don't know that amount, and we'll have to think about that.
Wait, so Adam, say that again. You always felt like they had been
It was-
around forever, but
I
it's
feel
not
like
true.
Blue Microphones has been around forever, but obviously that isn't true.
Why, obviously?
because they
because
were
because-
founded at some point. They were founded.
They weren't around forever.
Yeah.
Like literally, they were not around
Like
forever.
Jesus.
King Arthur in the castle was using his blue snowball for $49.
On the first day,
49 shekels, yeah.
Adam was near the tree.
Exactly.
On the
They
second
dug up
Holding
the
his blue
dinosaurs,
microphone.
and there's like a T-Rex and like a blue Yeti.
Hanging from a brontosaurus. Like,
Adam
Okay.
goes to take the apple, but he accidentally
it's
takes
a
the blue
snowball.
Yeti.
It's a snowball hanging.
The Earth was formed, and it spins around its core of molten blue Yeti. Anyway, okay. We're going to think about this. The answers will be at the end, but we'll be right back.
Their score is a snowball.
Huh. Huh. Heck yeah, dude. Know what we're doing this weekend. I'm so confused. Huh? No, I resent it. Because remember I was talking about... Yeah. Watch the tread you're talking about, right? Yeah. It's center. It's like perfectly center right now. Oh, yeah, yeah. Right down center. So, to resurrect them, but I can't find them. This stuff. Can't wait for the update that has a gym bag. Aside from everything else, critical strike chance or damage or hard damage. Lightning, not. More damage than it's causing. Resist fire. Yes, not to resist. Card. Jeez, plus 25. That's a lot of damage. Plus 30 instead. Lord. Damage, plus damage to distant. Damage to crowd control. Huge lucky hit. That's crazy. Basic skill. Probably. I mean, it's a lot more damage actually. Damage to distant, damage to close. That's fine. I like this build.
Not while I'm in town.
Could salvage that.
So, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. So we completed that quest, but... That is very weird. Did I miss something? I thought we were ready to resurrect that mama. So like if I go back, if I go back here. Am I gonna miss? This is right here. this.
All right, welcome back. I meant to ask you guys because I've seen sort of murmurings about it a little bit. I assume there's like a little bit of stuff going on. What's going on with Reddit right now? Anything I should know about?
A couple. That's how I feel. That's how I felt for like 4 days at this point.
Yeah, sorry if we scared you in your car right now.
A what? Oh. Evil grandma. God. No. No. That guy, yes. I'm not really sure where this.
Anger.
There is.
Anger.
I almost wonder. There's a long timeline of things going on here.
Yeah.
Do you think the best way so yesterday when I sat down to write the outline of this, I was like, I'm just gonna write an outline, like a TLDR of it, and,
like,
and then we
this
can
is too
follow.
long.
It was 3 pages. It's 3 pages. So okay.
Wow.
We have a lot to talk about. Is the easiest way for me to just start doing it and like interject at any point possible with a question or a comment or anything?
I have my understanding of what I believe Reddit is, and I think that that's a good foundation.
Start it. What do you believe?
I think
Reddit
Reddit is one of the most popular sites on the internet. It's a bunch of user-generated content and links. Basically, people are posting links and writing content, and then they are in individual communities and subreddits where people in those communities upload and download, bring stuff to the top, talk about it. It's a common place to find news, to find stories, to find products, to find information. Our videos get posted to Reddit all the time, and I believe that's actually some of the most valuable, useful feedback that I've gotten sometimes is you get to see comments from people who have never seen the videos before. So Reddit is a site where you find stuff.
I see it as a so it used to have individualized forums.
Not ready yet.
2011. Whoa. But then eventually the r/mechanical that were just centralized place where you can find all of the forums that you
and then aggregate them into one your homepage. Then. So like imagine if all the different forums you used to be a part of the golden age of the internet. It was a weird place. But so yeah, so then like you can be subscribed to 10 different forums and now they're aggregated on your front page and you can be like, oh yeah, maybe I should check the thing out. Get this person. I also like almost think of Reddit as kind of, you said information. We talk all the time about Googling things with just Reddit at the end. It almost feels like the way better conversational version of like Yahoo Answers or Quora.
Because you're getting actual people who are answering, and a lot of the times they'll ask a Reddit question. They're like, people who have done this, or people who are actual doctors in this very specific field. And someone will be like, yes, I'm a doctor in this very specific field, and here's like a bunch of really specific information.
And you can reply to those so people can then like talk about that information even further. So it's not just like, here's an answer, this is the best answer. Here's an answer, and here's why everyone also is conversations.
I didn't love it. It's just fun.
to talk about
so
what they found.
fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of specific communities I'm in. I'm in the Ultimate Frisbee subreddit. I'm in the
Man,
like
our
certain
ultimate.
car brands will have subreddits where like a new software update for Tesla comes out, and then everyone who uses it will post what they found and figure stuff out in the Tesla Motors subreddit. I did an AMA in just the AMA subreddit. People just ask people with interesting experiences anything, and then there's a whole threaded conversation with that person. So yeah, there's a lot going on.
It's great. Now I have a question for all of you, except Adam. When you use Reddit on your phone, how do you use it?
Yes.
What app?
So typically, I use Relay for Reddit, which is a third-party app. Beautiful UI, great UI, and sorting and everything just works really well.
Android only.
Android only. Relay for Reddit.
What do you use on your iPhone? Or do you use
I typically don't open Reddit on my iPhone, but I will either Google something with the word Reddit at the end, or I will stumble across a Reddit link and just open it in Safari.
Yeah, so the only thing about opening a Reddit browser is like, please use the official app, please use the official app, and you like can't read more comments unless. I use Relay for Reddit whenever I'm on an Android phone, and I use Apollo for Reddit whenever I'm on an iPhone.
Yeah, I use something. It's just called RIF now, which I recently it was called Reddit was fun, but I think this is the maybe there are some reasons for that.
Oh yeah, they did actually make everyone get rid of having Reddit at the beginning. So now it's Apollo Reader, I think, or something like that.
Relay for Reddit.
Yeah, Relay for Reddit instead of Reddit Reader.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wait, why didn't we let Adam answer?
Because he uses the official app and I don't want to listen to it.
The official Reddit app. Although, as of like a month ago or a month and a half ago, I started using the Apollo Reddit app, and then all this happened.
Great timing, Adam.
Yeah,
This is
happened.
perfect.
What happened?
Okay, so Reddit decided to make some changes to their API. They're going to start charging. I'm already lost in the notes here. But anyways, they're going to start charging people for usage of their API because up until now, all of these third-party apps that we've been talking about were using their API for free. And just a little further back there, Reddit didn't used to have their own app.
Yeah.
I've been using Reddit as fun for probably 10 years at this point. Only a couple years ago was when the official Reddit app became an official app.
They bought Alien Blue.
Yeah, and they bought a third-party app.
Which
and
is a
changed
third-party app on iOS. They bought it and they turned it to the official app, changed the color scheme, and made it available on Android.
Really quickly for people that don't know.
Application program. Basically a way for that website to access all that website's information.
Yeah. And so like,
It's like a plugin.
Basically in all of our apps, every single thing that you do uses the API to contact Reddit and then send back something. And like that is an upvote is an API call, or like a comment is an API call, posting something is a call, reading your DMs is a call. Like at least one call every single time.
Anything
The Mother Brava expects me.
Open the gates!
You were good soldiers. Worked hard. Fought hard. Drank hard too. Brothers. Sisters. I hope you find peace in these flames. Vigo? What are you doing here?
What you doing here, dude?
So you lived. I came clean to Prava. About taking that woman's bribe. Yeah. It's looking bad.
No bueno.
My ass is on the line. Might not have a job when she's done with me. Hey, you're here for her, right? Mm-hmm. Let's go together. Maybe she'll go easy on me if you're there.
What a coward.
Not many could bear your sins.
Dang, dude.
This is no mere armor. This is a holy vessel of the highest craftsmanship. It may uplift the repentant sinner directly to the light. Can armor do that?
God, you guys are so lame. says sin is our birthright.
Hold. She's expecting us.
Mother hecker.
Here you go. Good luck.
Have the new watch commander replace the forces we lost at the mine. So, you've returned. Vigo here tells me you were braver than he.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
A bastion of light brought low. A demon unleashed on the land. What you saw in Skazlin, that is what Lilith wants for all of Sanctuary. But rest assured, justice will come for Donan and his son. And for all who suffered.
Got corrupted pretty
First, you will be made worthy of a blessing. A holy war cannot be won with faithless troops. Make no mistake, this war is holy. Lilith has brought the eternal conflict to Sanctuary, and Inarius will deliver us as writ in prophecy. Until then, we have our parts to play. Make a pilgrimage to the Alabaster Monastery. Cleanse your spirit. Then we may discuss a blessing.
Ay, ay, ay.
May as well make myself useful. Come by the ruins, south of here.
Oh, you want to save the world? Let's be blessed first. Great. Steps to this.
Thing that you do that officially interfaces with the actual website servers is an API call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
like we have third-party apps on Twitter that have a similar thing
We
where
used to.
well,
yeah, true.
we used to. We don't anymore. We could make parallels with this.
Oh,
but
There are
I
a lot of
will.
parallels
Oh,
with
okay.
this, actually.
okay, Marcus. Got it. Yeah, you would.
There's a shrine west of here. Bears a relic. I'm told it takes on your sin. Weighs you down, body and soul. Beats the hell out of you. It'll cleanse you. Prepare you to stand before the Father. I hope you don't have many regrets, friend. This kind of thing is a lot deadlier for some than others. Watch out, alright? I'll find you at the end.
No regrets, dude. Here. Merba baby.
You would like or retweet something, and that's an API call, and you had a limited number of those. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go through. I just wanted to like point that out. Reddit is insanely popular. Reddit, obviously, because mobile fans have become so popular, we use the internet on mobile so much. Like, you have to give part credit to these third-party apps in helping make Reddit so popular because they literally didn't have one. Like, people had to make them in order to have a good experience on mobile.
Yeah, they didn't have an
Reddit.
official app until a couple years ago.
Yeah, it was like very
Like,
recently.
it was all third-party apps.
They
for
just
a
had
very
a like a
long time.
mobile website, I guess.
And it was garbage. Yeah.
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 It's, the website's not the. I love how simple the website.
Wander beyond the reach of the light. Lift your sins. Breathe deep the cold air. The path to redemption lies before you. If you have the faith to walk it.
Let's go.
Hark, creature of darkness, for you have wandered beyond the reach of the light. Lift your sins. Breathe deep the cold air. The path to redemption lies before you. If you have the faith to walk it.
I need more spirit.
Scooty.
Your wounds. Let the ice into your bones. Welcome your pain. For the agony of the flesh is the first cleansing of the soul. Make your faith stronger than any hurt. Feel how small you are. Embrace humility. Accept your place in worship to the Father, for He has shown us the way.
Has he? Seems like blood.
Around the mountains towering over you. Feel how small you are. Embrace humility. Accept your place in worship to the Father.
No.
For He has shown us the way.
Has he? You are worthless. Holy. It's so pungent off of the popcorn. It just fills the air.
Pilgrim, look into yourself. Find your faith. Feel how it fills the void within you. Remember, you are nothing without faith. Hold fast to the light. And remember.
Dude, relax, sister.
The end nears, Pilgrim. Look into yourself. Find your faith. Feel how it fills the void within you. Remember, you are nothing without faith. Hold fast to the light. And remember.
I don't think they stopped. Kind of sounded like they sped up into that stop sign. Ooh, we made it. Let's go.
So, I like playing cards. Doesn't make me a sinner. But that bribe. Good soldiers died on account of what I did. Is that the kind of man I am? The kind I'll always be.
Aw, dude.
Damn it. I'm praying. Why isn't this working? You made it. That makes one of us at least.
You heard from Bravo?
I will, soon. But enough about that. You're about to meet Father Inarius himself. Not everyone comes back, you know. You'd better. I owe you a stiff drink.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Another freaking father that's just there to freaking abandon us, dude. Can't wait to meet him. Hey, Dad. I miss my birthday. Said you were going
I need time to do that.
out milk and cigarettes, dude. Haven't seen you in 10 years. It'd be like that sometimes.
Kneel before him,
No.
and remember, you are small, wonderfully small.
God, you're so lame.
And so he was, until the sweet poetry of the prophecy rang out. To divine its message, he pilgrimaged deep into Sanctuary's heart to meet... well, I shouldn't say.
Sorry, bro, you are lame as heck. Sure, there's no need at looting a cathedral. Just had to check. Just had to check. Hey man, I'm just saying, Narius is he created man, but Lilith also did, so we're gonna kneel before him. I mean, jeez. Maybe we should listen to Lilith, huh? If we
This
just
is how you choose to approach me.
Oh, don't kneel.
Forgive this intrusion, but
Stand
tell me what you need.
I must traverse the Black Lake, and that cannot be done without your blessing.
If I've learned anything during my time here, it is that what we're looking for and what we need are rarely the same thing. I once thought I could find an end to this war, but there has been no resolution, only more pain.
More pain. I mean, the horse.
Everything I've done has pulled me further from home, from the place I need to be.
Never going back. I hate you.
This world we made was born from the impossible, and yet, like its creators, it rots from the inside.
I don't... Lilith has entered the ancient city. With your blessing, I can pursue her.
Your kind are weak, and this world has been wasted on the crusades of the unworthy.
I can stop her.
This audience is concluded.
You're so lame.
So much cool. To Corvala.
Freaking cool. Can I just teleport out of here or no? I don't think so.
I need more time.
Just
No, no, no. You heard him, but you did not listen. His voice is music, a symphony of light. Look beyond the words themselves, and you will find truth.
His voice is a symphony of light. Big old loser. Come on now. Oh, that's... No way of teleporting there. Fast tracking.
It is, and I still use old.reddit.com.
Yeah.
Everybody should.
Yeah.
But like that
very
in a web
forum
page is
looking.
it's just white with text across it.
Yeah, it's good.
It's the wrong one to use.
The right one to use.
I was literally going to throw you out of this room in a minute. Okay, so Reddit is going to start charging for API usage. They're going to be charging 24 cents per 1,000 API calls. And like we said before, an API call is like literally every single time you interface.
Upvoting, downvoting, like
absolutely
most basic
everything.
thing.
Yeah.
So if you make a Reddit app and you have a user, a single user that makes 1,000 Reddit calls, then you will owe Reddit 24 cents.
Correct.
So if you have a lot of users making a lot of API calls, you will owe Reddit a lot of money.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to judge through like the multitude of what 24 cents per 1,000 is, because that's cheap, but like you have to start getting into the side of these third-party app developers. So a lot of the information we're going to talk about today is from Christian Seelig. He's the guy selling API. He's the guy who runs Apollo. We actually, funnily enough, met him at WWDC very briefly.
Really randomly.
After the whole keynote mentioned Apollo like 100 times. And all this is a rough week to be mentioning that because all of it just got announced before. Yeah. And he's come out with some incredible information, a really long run through of kind of this whole story of how Reddit's been communicating with them and charging. Because I want to go over it. It feels like there's a lot of things that Reddit is doing poorly right now that's led to this really big backlash. And let's kind of try and go over all of it. All right, so let's go over the story. This might get a little messy because there's stuff kind of all over the place. Also not messy. This is just it's gonna be a little all over the place. But I want to start this out with in January. So a lot of these third-party app developers, they're close with Reddit. Like, they talk to them all the time. They said usually Reddit is pretty good at least mentioning if a change to the API is coming that might break something in their app. In that sense, they're good at communicating. A lot of other senses with new features, they want stuff that's pretty poor. Just the general overview of what
It's tough. Not a lot of companies have third-party apps.
Yeah, and that's another reason why like most of these companies, and Christian very specifically, said that like they totally understand getting charged for this. In fact, he said he thought it was weird that for so long they never got charged.
Yeah.
Like it's still their website.
Yeah.
They're creating a better experience. They do think they should. and he was talking with Reddit in January, I believe towards the end of January, and they said, we have no plans to change the API, at least not in 2023, maybe years to come after that, but if we do, it'll be for improvements. So that's in January. In April is when they make the first call to people that they are going to start charging for APIs. And that's when Christian and a lot of other developers say, like, we get it. Totally understand, like, we do think we should be charging for it. We are making money off of this. Like, we're using your website. It's kind of the, what's the remora fish for the shark of Apple? We
That's
talk
a great,
about that.
Yep.
Totally reasonable. And
Marquez just perked up. He's like,
Marquez
oh yeah,
like,
I understand it.
Yeah.
I understand
I'm actually
it.
mad at how good you are at analogies sometimes. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, but they basically use Twitter as an example of like, we will be charging, but don't worry. We know there's a ton of backlash with Twitter and how much they're charging people. Like, we don't expecting it to be that. They said it'll be based in reality.
Yeah, so I might be wrong about this Twitter thing, but what I understand is that Twitter also has an API that you can use. It's just that they make the API call costs so ridiculously high that it's sort of like, yeah, we totally have an API that you can use, but like no one could possibly ever afford it.
Also,
and that's part of the reason why all the third-party Twitter apps had to shut down.
I thought they just banned third-party apps.
I think that they might have officially banned it eventually, but I...
Ah, you've returned. Come, let us speak inside, out of the cold.
Yeah, you look cool, dude. Look at it.
Penitence. In the heavens' eyes, creating humanity was a sin.
That sucks.
They cast him down. Now he seeks redemption and the chance to go home. As prophesied, slaying Lilith is that chance. When he ascends, so shall we all.
Yeah, right, dude. If they're that limited with bringing an angel of theirs back, like, oh yeah, bring your freaking creation too.
Yet you stand before me unscathed. I know his ways. That is approval enough for me. In the name of the light, I bless you.
Easy enough.
May the light flow through you and keep you from corruption and sin. Our victory is prophesied in the heavens.
Is it? Because the heavens seem to be pretty exclusionary. Let's just say. Da-da-ding. Hey. Two more seconds. It just seems so unnecessary. Yeah, I just don't really know, man. 22 more damage on each storm strike. Yeah, let's just do that. Why the heck not? Rare pantalones. Yes. Pantalones. Okay. Darkened way. Okay, so now we can... Oh, I understand. We need to get the blessing, because when we bring the mama back, we gotta be ready to cross that lake. Okay. Caprende here. Okay, so... we can't sell anything there. I'd like to go the single there, but... Let's just travel back. Sell our stuff.
And do you remember the token thing that you used
The
to have to
token
deal
thing,
with?
yeah, you would have a limited amount of tokens that you could, basically limited the number of users that you could have. So if you had a third-party Twitter app with 1 million users, it was capped, and then once you reach that number of users, a new person would try to sign up and sign in through the app, and it wouldn't work. And they'd have to start a new listing on the Play Store for a new version of the app. So I was using this old one, Flamingo, because I got a token and I was in, and they ran out, and they just didn't refresh, and it was an old app no one could use unless they had it a long time ago.
Yeah.
But now they're just banned.
You still can use the Twitter API.
Yes,
I don't
not
know
for a third-party app.
Probably not for a third-party app.
But, okay.
But you can use it for research or use it to scrape data to do a project or whatever, but you can't make a new Twitter app.
Yeah.
And they're also charging $12,000 to $42,000 a month for that information.
Sure. And lots of them just outright ban YouTube bans you can't make another YouTube app, another third-party app for YouTube or Instagram or anything.
But YouTube and Twitter also had apps when they made their own apps.
Sure.
They didn't fully rely on other apps to be made to help make them as popular as they are today.
Yeah.
Okay, so after they said they would not, they announced the API change. They said it will be pricing based in reality, unlike things like Twitter.
Unlike Twitter, yeah.
And then also didn't give them a price at that point. So this is in April.
Yeah.
They said we'll get back to you in 2 to 4 weeks with the price. 6 weeks later, that's when they come out with the 24 cents per 1,000 API calls. And then that's when all of the developers started getting together being like, this seems absurd. Christian did the quick math. It would cost him over $20 million a year based on what they're
using. It's about 7 billion API calls.
So it's over $2 million a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
a month.
A month.
Oh.
$2 million a month.
Okay.
Over $20 million a year.
Got it. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
And these changes will be starting. The billing cycle will start on July 1st. We are. Yeah, and the actual bill will come August 1st. So it's not like the bill comes right now, but that's still a very, very short amount of time. Just for example, remember when Apple bought Dark Sky?
I don't know what you're talking about.
About what?
Dark Sky.
Oh, Dark Sky?
Yeah. So when they did that, and a lot of people were using Dark Sky's API, Apple gave them 18 months to find a solution, and after that 18 months, they decided to give them another year.
Yeah.
So that's how long Apple gave Dark Sky API users to change this. Reddit is giving these people about 30 days.
30 days.
Which is...
for every third-party Reddit app.
Yes. And then do you want to explain why that's such a pain? There's a reason why for some people it's... I'll say the obvious answer, and you can say why it's a problem, I guess. So the obvious answer is, calculate how much each user would use, charge based on how much they use, right? So if you think one user is probably costing you $1 to $3 a month, you have to also put in Apple Play Store, App Store, Play Store taxes on that. Just charge them per month for how much.
Boom, our app now costs $6 a month just to use it at all.
That sounds easy.
The biggest issue that Christian's faced is that a lot of people on Apollo has different pricing structures. There's a free structure, which most people use, but there are pro users. And the pro users, you can either pay, I think you can either pay per year or you can pay monthly.
I believe so, yeah.
But there are a lot of Right. So he was like, if I didn't have these yearly users, I could just put a thing in the app that says, I'm so sorry. If you're going to keep using Apollo, you have to start doing a subscription. Beyond the fact that, an average user cost him $2.50 a month, there are power users that cost $7.50. Right? And so you would have to work out this pricing structure so that it kind of includes those power users as well as the lower end users. And but the biggest problem here is that all of those yearly subscribers that paid $12, maybe last year, they subscribed the entire year, right? So kind of best case scenario is that you're going to have a number of users whose yearly subscription expires next month, the month after that, the month after that, the month after that. But that means that just for July or just for August, his bill would be about $50,000 because the amount of people that subscribed for a year 11 months ago, you would have to pay for all of those people, and that's about $50,000 with that many people.
Yeah, not quite the bill, but basically the money he would have to eat because he owes those people a
whole year.
He owes those people their years of subscriptions they paid for already.
Right.
So there's a feature in these app stores or wherever you're using where you can either charge people every single month or you can charge them a lump sum for an entire year and maybe incentivize them, give them a little discount. But maybe they would have quit after 6 months, so you got more money out of them. Mm-hmm. This happens a lot more, I feel like, on the iPhone because people realize iPhone users have more money and spend more money on apps and stuff. So a lot of iPhone users will be given the opportunity to pay for a year of a subscription at a slight discount. Now they have so many people who have paid for an entire year and suddenly are going to cost way more money.
Yeah, because they're going to still use API calls, and he's just going to have to eat the cost of all the API calls. So he said the first month is going to cost him about 50 grand. The second month would cost him maybe 45 grand. The third month would cost him maybe 40 grand. Mm-hmm. Eventually, that would run out, but that's still like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, and it's stuff he believes that he owes to the people because they already paid for it. Like, you deserve that service. Like, it is totally fair for them to think they deserve this, right? Even though things changed very quickly. And that's another reason why this, like, telling you nothing's going to happen, 4 months later, going completely against what they said, and then also 6 weeks after that, charging a price that is like completely bonkers. I don't have the exact numbers on here, but like I think one thing that was really interesting he mentioned was Reddit has a limit of API calls a like user is allowed to make per day, and it was something like I don't remember the exact number. It was in the thousands, and his average user is making around 300, and they called that inefficient. And he was like, "This is a weird thing where it's like you told me I could borrow your model house, right? You said I'm going away for the day. You can use it. Just don't drive over 100 miles." And I get back, and I drove 3 miles, and you're like, "Oh, that's weird. David borrowed it last week, and he only drove 1 mile." It's like, why am I comparing myself to David driving? Yeah, I drove more than David,
you
but
said don't drive on over 100.
Yeah, you set a limit for me. I'm nowhere near that limit, but then you're gonna like compare me to these other apps for drivers.
So Christian was like, if I had more time, like a couple more months, I could maybe reduce the amount of API calls that are called by like preloading pages or things, but I just don't have enough time, and also like that's not gonna make a huge difference.
Well, and you also have the time then for the people who had already paid their year-long subscription to get closer and closer to the end of that. I mean, if you think about the Dark Sky API, if they had given them a year to make this transition, he can end giving the year-long subscriptions now, start charging the reasonable prices that will actually pay for this, and then not just eat hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, like...
And you'd still honor the people who you gave the year-long thing to. Yeah.
Okay, so in this process, when they were communicating, and this first came out, Steve Huffman, the CEO of Reddit, if you're on Reddit and ever seen someone Spez comment, he's like the head, he's the CEO, but like a lot of people just see him as kind of like the head moderator on the website. He had a call with Christian, who they were talking about the new charges. Christian mentioned how like based on what they're going to be charges for API calls and his average calls, it would cost them about over $20 million. So he says he made a joke along the lines of, I'm going to, like, if you're telling me that Apollo for Reddit is going to cost you over $20 million, like, why don't you just cut me a check for $10 million because Apollo's and make Apollo quiet because it's very noisy compared to what you're saying. Steve Huffman, I think this is partially due to some connection issues because he made him repeat it a few times, but took that as a threat, made Christian kind of restate what he said, and then immediately realizes it wasn't a threat, that it was a misunderstanding. In the phone call says, "I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you were threatening us. We've had some bad calls with some other people, but like I thought you were trying to threaten him. They both like laugh it off because it just seems like a misunderstanding. Then directly after that, there's an internal meeting with Reddit, and Steve Huffman tells people in the internal meeting, Apollo is threatening us and trying to coerce us, and kind of is like using him as the scapegoat to make third-party app developers like the bad guy. And then this gets to Christian. Luckily, he had recorded the whole call, leaks the call because he's at this point, you have this huge company and people inside this company now using you as a scapegoat for something you didn't say, very obviously, and releases the call and proves that he was not doing that.
Yeah, basically he said, like, the reason that you want to start charging us is because you have an opportunity cost to the amount of users that you could be using on your official app, right? And say that opportunity cost is 20 million a year. If you cut, because it costs me about 20 million a year based on your current API cost. So that means the cost of Apollo to you, the opportunity cost of us existing to you is 20 million a year. So if you just cut me a check right now for 10 million, I will shut the app down. Like, it sucks because I love running this community. I love having this app. I love interacting with the people who use it. But he said, you know, you can quiet us down, or you can make us go away quietly because or he didn't say you can make us go away quietly.
That's what Steve Huffman thought he said.
Yeah, he said you could quiet us down, but by that he meant we have a very noisy app in terms of API calls being noisy, because there's a lot of API calls.
Because of 7 billion API calls in a month.
So he misinterpreted him, but he was like, "Are you threatening us?" And on the call, Christian's like, "No. I'm saying a noisy API call," and he immediately goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely misinterpreted you. I thought that was a threat." And he's like, "Definitely not a threat at all, and I'm so sorry that you interpreted it that way. It seemed fine." And then if you listen to the call, and then you listen to that call, he leaked the call, and then immediately Spez just goes and tells everybody he's threatening us, like telling us that he's not going to let us go quietly.
I think Christian got like a post on Mastodon, like, can you confirm the you threatening Reddit, like, based on these internal meeting notes that like we were all told? And he's like, no, that is not at all what happened. So he releases that. We actually met him at WWDC, like I mentioned. That was on a Tuesday, and he still felt semi-hopeful, I think. And then by that Thursday, so this is almost a week ago, Apollo, Reddit is Fun, and Sync, which I've not used, but apparently is very popular, all said they're shutting down on June 30th. Apparently, it seems like this pricing, not just that, the pricing and the back pay they would have to make, because of all the people with year-long subscriptions or like longer subscriptions and stuff like that, is just too much for them to be able to handle, because these are multiple. Is Apollo only 2 people running it?
It's just 2 people.
It's just 2 people.
Christian, and he hires an independent web developer, and that's
well, he has like a guy running the server,
back end of it, server engineer.
Yeah. So it's not a lot of people, and that happens. If you are on Reddit, you probably have recognized the last couple days about 7,000 different subreddits have gone dark in the protest. I just click Reddit all the time on my phone. My Reddit is Fun app. I had to take it off because I was going to it so much, but I did notice on like Monday, I clicked on it and I was scrolling. It's like, man, all of these posts are from the same subreddit. This is like really, really weird. And it's because every single subreddit I'm a part of, except for one, is participating in the blackout.
Yeah.
So it's only
Do you want to explain the blackout then?
Yeah, pretty much. Subreddits are, the way they're blacking out is by going private. We did this with MPHD subreddit. It was initially supposed to be for 2 days. A lot of them are stretching it.
We also didn't say that, like, basically everyone on Reddit is very angry about this.
Yeah, there's insane background.
Christian made like a whole really long post about it that we read, and then Spez also did an AMA, which people assumed were going to be to talk about the API changes, and he basically didn't address anything.
That's just dumb. That's just dumb.
He only replied to 14 people, and like none of the answers were about any of this. And so all of the mods on all of the subreddits have basically band together to do a blackout.
Yeah, so, and in that blackout, you set it to private. We did this with the MKBHD one, and then basically users can't look at those subreddits. So like
anyone who's even in it can't see it anymore?
Nope.
Okay.
And if you're a moderator, you can see it, but that means nothing. I actually believe even our videos, we all know our videos, right? They're just straight up shutting indefinitely
until this maybe changes.
Well, yeah, that's
if it does. But
yeah. So a lot of them they were doing it for 2 days. In that AMA, that I feel like the initial threat of the blackout is what kind of sparked the API changes AMA, even though maybe they should have done that to be a little more transparent a little earlier. So the AMA gets posted, Spez comes in, answers for about 40 minutes worth of questions, to the point where it was very obvious that they were almost all of the answers were copy and pasted, because he posted one comment that had it was like a colon and then the response to it, so it was very obviously copied from a document outside of it.
That's the dumbest part about this. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like I'm filled in, or I guess I have most of the history leading up to where we're at.
So the blackout, you guys are probably listening to this on Friday, possibly later. The blackout was originally supposed to be Monday to Wednesday, but that 2-day period was before the AMA happened and before this had gotten like a lot of media coverage and a lot of noise. Now, after the AMA and after this has just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, there are a lot of subreddits that are advocating to just shut down indefinitely until something changes.
And part of that is because, first of all, he had a couple like also just bad responses in his AMA. He very quickly mentioned something about Christian and kind of double downs on Christian threatening him again, and about leaking a private phone call, which the reason he leaked it is to defend himself. And then he makes another like really snarky comment about third-party app developers. Somebody asked, how do you address the concerns of people who feel Reddit has become increasingly profit-driven and less focused on community engagement? Reddit is also supposed to IPO later this year. So I think that's a very obvious reason why a lot of this is happening. His response is, we'll continue to be profit-driven until profit arrives. Unlike some third-party apps, we are not profitable. So kind of just like a shot at third-party apps making money.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's like this weird, like, we are not profitable, but are also this like evaluated multi-million-dollar like giant website. I just don't like that, like, we're not profitable. Obviously, you are making plenty of money at this place. So that happens. But then during the blackout, an internal memo leaks of Steve Huffman writing to Reddit saying, like, pretty much along the lines of, like, don't worry, we'll make it through this. This is just a small blip on our radar that will all pass. Which is like, if you're getting protested, the last thing you should do is, like, poke the beehive and be like, you mean nothing to me. So now all the subreddits are basically, not all of them, but a lot of these ones that are participating in the blackout are spanning it to indefinitely.
Yeah.
And trying to make this last a little longer.
So things could possibly change by the time you hear this, but I mean, a big possibility is that Reddit will just go full, like, overt control and just take over the most popular subreddits and kick out the current community moderators and just
unlock them again.
And just install their own moderaters because they can.
Because they own it.
At the end of the day, he's not wrong that he says this will probably this will blow over most likely, but it's just like when you had these third-party apps that helped you grow as a company this massively because you just didn't have an app on mobile, which mobile is like the most trafficked, form of accessing the website. And then you just, not even like having a conversation with the third-party apps or figuring out a way to make it work for everybody or even offering to buy just like 30 days notice, pay us a ton of money that is unsustainable or else. It's just kind of like a terrible thing. Especially because Reddit, a lot of people don't know this, but like Reddit is moderated by people who, just random people who don't get paid. Like the mechanical keyboard subreddit is just like moderated by people who are really into mechanical keyboards.
Our videos is volunteer moderators.
Which is
like
insane.
The biggest subreddits on the website are volunteer moderators. So even if they do unlock these with their own moderators, like they don't have the power to be able to actually moderate these subreddits unless they find new volunteers. But you've upset a lot of the community at this point, and it's going to be harder for sure. I'm sorry, you tried to talk like 8 different times, and David and I have kind of been on the train. So I think I'm getting like Twitch vibes from Reddit, which is funny. So Reddit is weird, and I'll now that I have all this information, I feel like I'm kind of digesting that. It's obviously a scummy move to like just sort of boot all third-party apps because you're not making any money from them and they're making money from you. So that's sort of like the high-level version of why they don't want them to exist anymore. But also, Reddit has always been interesting to me because so many of the communities on Reddit are super vibrant and active
but sometimes it's easy to think that that is all of the people in the community that cares about the thing, when it's a surprisingly small fraction. So I'll try to give an example of like, I could use Sony phones, I could use any, like our Android even, will just go like, all right, this random LG phone came out and we all as a community love this phone. And so we're all gonna talk about how much we love this phone, but we are a tiny fraction of like
the total market,
the world, and we have a hard time seeing that not everyone feels the same way, even though this community is very much vibrant about this one thing.
I have a good example real quick to help you prove that point. Is there was a video once, I remember, it was the top of our Android, and it was the top of our Android like ever at that point, like one of the highest upvoted our Android posts ever. We looked at the traffic coming from Reddit who watched that video, and it's less than 1% of the total views on that video.
Yeah.
So yes, I totally agree that this is not indicative of all the people in that community and how they think, but it still is a very good aggregator of places, of people who like to have a little more conversation than a YouTube comment.
It's a good window into the 10% of the most interested people in any topic.
Yeah.
Which is what makes it so cool. That's why Reddit is dope.
Yeah.
But also, 90% of Reddit users are normal people just lurking around. Not doing too many API calls, not leaving any comments.
They still are. Every
maybe
time
uploading
you click,
a few things.
Every time you click comments, every time you click a link, every time you click into a subreddit, that still is quite a few APIs.
But I would imagine the bell curve of what it looks like to be a Reddit user is a lot of people not making many at all, and then a really, really big curve towards the power user end, where there's people who are using Reddit the most and have a bunch of communities to subscribe to and commenting and upvoting and doing a whole bunch more activities. And so I wonder, I mean, I'm pretty sure Reddit sees third-party apps as like a tiny blip that they just, we'll get rid of those things. And I just looked it up actually just to see. The Reddit official app has 100 million downloads on the Play Store. The Relay app has 1 million. I looked up some other third-party apps. They had far, far fewer. So it's like, let's see, Sync for Reddit, 100,000 downloads. Boost for Reddit, 1 million downloads. So Reddit, trying to be this giant site, which is one of the biggest sites on the internet and represents like normies, is in this like internal fight with itself, because what makes it special is the people who care the most and engage the most, but what makes them big is all those other people.
But you know what's interesting is social media overall has this thing called the 99-1 rule, where 90% of the people are lurkers, 9% participate a little bit, and only 1% participate, like actually make most of the content.
And make the wheel spin.
Yes.
Yeah, like we are the 1% of YouTube that actually makes content.
Right.
And if you did some, like imagine YouTube had some stupid decision to like make being a creator awful on the site, mathematically, they're only upsetting 1% of the users. Whatever, screw those 1% of people.
But those are the people that
but
make
those
the
are the people that make it what it is.
Make it work. Yeah.
And so the 99% of the people are like, whatever, I didn't care about the future anyway. But now all the stuff you love on the site is gone.
It's gone.
So that's kind of what's happening with Reddit, which is the 1% of people who actually make the subreddits
are the
work,
people you're pissing off,
and who make the content, and who contribute, and who moderate, and who do all this work, and we're doing it for free. And even the people who are making third-party apps for better experiences for Reddit, that is a relatively small number of people that they think that they can just discard because it's a small number.
High
4. Childbed. 2. Executed. 15. Frostbitten. 6. Old age. 1. Removal of blood. 54. Starvation. 3.
I need time to do that.
Use. Did Bruce? What is going on? This goes. Ross, look at you.
I must wait a minute.
Oh, get out! What are you doing, dude? That's bad news. For a second. Should be open? Potentially? Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Probably should have dodged that one, hey.
I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet. Blow on spirit. I cannot carry anymore.
Oh no, dude. Gotta drop our pantalones, dude. Sorry, guys. It do be like that sometimes. Alright, cool. Get that done. Bruce, stop.
Portion.
But
of
now the
activity.
99% of people who are using Reddit are logging in and just being like,
There's nothing
everything's
here.
blacked out. Like,
Yeah.
I can't, this
Yeah.
sucks. So Reddit made that, like, we need to make more money decision to, like, get rid of the third-party apps, but that is the perfect wrong thing to do.
Yeah, that's what makes
perfect
it
wrong
so
thing to do.
outside, especially with something like that.
Yeah,
especially.
Yeah, and it's crazy, and it also just feels like such poor communication. There's examples of poor communication going on through this also. Apparently, a lot of moderator communities have been asking for specific tools. And I believe a lot of them find a lot of these tools in some of these third-party apps to help better moderate. And again, like, Reddit is a website where you can post pretty much anything. So, like, moderation is key to not essentially getting totally shut down. And these people are volunteers. So, like, again, you're exactly what you said. Again, Don Marquez freaking figuring out the best way to explain a thing that David and I have spent the last week talking about, and he hears about it for 30 minutes and explains it better than we do. But just like, yeah, you're making the people who make the entire site run mad and not want to use it anymore. And that's going to make your giant user base have an awful experience.
Yeah. So if Reddit thinks the blackout will pass, I don't know if that's as accurate as they think.
Yeah.
And even if it does pass, like, it probably will pass because people want to use Reddit. That's the whole point. We want to use Reddit, but, like, damn, that's like the perfect run.
Do you know what internet power users have in common? What? We all hold Reddit really well.
That's true.
Really well.
That's true. You should see some of our Android comments. Anytime I said something wrong about a Sony phone, those guys jumped in on that.
Something that's kind of like, is like everyone got mad about Twitter when Elon was messing with Twitter, but no one has really fully moved over to any of the other apps. Like, they moved a lot of the power Twitter users over to Blue Sky, but they didn't stop posting on Twitter.
Yeah.
They're now posting on Blue Sky, but most of them are still posting on Twitter too.
Twitter is definitely more like it's run in its own stuff pretty easily, and like you kind of anyone can kind of pop off on Twitter, and like they made it paid for. It's kind of weird. Like, I don't like it as much, but I still use it.
Twitter is also so simple. There were never really any advanced tools you could build for Twitter. It's not like there were some crazy tools where, like, oh, I don't have Flamingo anymore, I can't, like, post the way I used to. Like, it's still mostly the same. And now it's at the whim of, like, we can screw this up a whole lot, and people still have to use the first-party app. But yeah, Reddit is different in that there are, like, huge amounts of tools and UI and sorting and things that you could do in a third-party app that, I mean, I don't even use the first-party Reddit app, but based on all the blackouts, seems like it's probably not good. If the first-party Reddit app was really, really good, do you think all this blackout would have still happened? And all this protest against the third-party apps would have still happened?
I think so. Ultimately, I think the biggest issues here aren't just like one thing. It's just about like how these third-party Reddit apps who have dedicated fans were like treated and what they were given to try and comply. It just feels like a total breakdown of communication. Essentially, remember, they essentially lied. I can only assume lied by telling them nothing is going to change in January. Oh, we're going to charge, but not that much. And then
the way they went about it was terrible.
Awful. And then giving you such a short amount of time to make those changes.
Yeah.
It sounds like if they gave an actual price based in reality and then turned it over to like giving you a year to comply or 6 months to comply with this, I bet Sync, Reddit is Fun, and Apollo would have figured out how to do things.
Yeah.
And we've mentioned here before, like I would be, I don't pay for Reddit is Fun, but I'd be willing to pay $1 or $2 for a third party app, because that's just what they have to do in order to survive.
Yeah.
I think the experience is better on that than the default app. I hate the default app. So I'd be willing to do that. But you put back people into a corner where they're not going to be able to survive to that point, and now they have to die, which is awful.
If they gave them a year, then Christian could have let people's yearly thing expire, and he could just tell people now, like, by the way, I can't offer a yearly subscription anymore. And this is going to have to go paid, but, you know, I kind of understand that, and let's move on through that. But it seems like Reddit just, if they are actually trying to IPO this year, this is probably why they rushed it out the door.
Well, or you think about, are they trying to make their app the most popular? Are these actual
Which it already is by far.
It is by far already. Do they want even more people on there? So then when they show the numbers for IPO, IPO,
that's kind of what it feels like. I was about to say, like,
what it feels like.
Does it feel like Elon secretly is also now running Reddit, where it's like, we need to just cut all expenses as fast as possible, and that's kind of what happens when you're like, oh, we need to IPO, we need to make our numbers and our books look nice.
Yeah, the Twitter worth is totally skyrocketing, and that seems like a great way to do it.
That was also like, we have a lot of bills to pay, so is anything costing us money? Yes, stop doing that. And is anything making us money? Let's maximize that. Where Reddit is like, oh, third-party apps? Yeah, we could just get rid of those, and then everyone will have to use our app and see more ads. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Boom.
Yeah.
Not not the greatest.
It feels like there's a lot of ways they could have went about this that wouldn't piss off so many people, like you mentioned, are the most important people on the website.
Yeah.
'Cause
If they're so worried about not making the ad revenue because they can serve ads within their app, charging for the API is basically a way to make up for that revenue. You know, they could just do that.
They could also, Christian did mention that Reddit just doesn't offer an API call to bake their ads into a third-party Reddit app. That's just something they've never done. So none of them have ever gotten the opportunity to even possibly make Reddit some money. Like,
yeah, offer that, and then the third-party apps will let us pay money to not see those ads.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
It seems crazy, but I do want to say, like, there's so much behind this. I'm actually pretty proud of how calm the stage is. But I'm going to link, we will link in the show notes, Christian's post on the Apollo subreddit. That subreddit is still open because almost everything about that is actual information based on everything that's happening. Christian also did an amazing interview with Quinn from Snazzy Labs.
Nice.
That's on there, and he also did an interview with a lot of this information we're getting for him because he's been the most open during all of this, but it seems like all of the Reddit third-party app developers are pretty close with each other. So I think they're all sharing a very, very similar viewpoint on all of this. Not all third-party apps are shutting down. It seems like some. I think Relay actually is going to stay alive because they, I guess, have made it into a way with maybe not as many users or just no overtime payment like that, so where they can just charge money now and it'll make up for it.
I think that the person that runs that said that that's something that they
might do. Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully something like that happens, but we'll post all that in the show notes. Anything else anyone else has to say?
I just want to say,
fuck Steve Hoffman.
Fuck Steve Hoffman.
Fuck Steve Hoffman.
But also, Apollo's a great app, but Christian makes an app called Pixel Pals, which is adorable, and I highly recommend.
We've
everyone
talked
check it
about
out.
this on it actually. So he makes the app. Remember when Dynamic Island came out, and you could get the app where these like little animals would play on the Dynamic Island?
Oh, yeah.
He makes that app also.
That sounds
it's so cute.
pretty sick. Too.
In Apollo, the Pixel Pals are baked in.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, you can just turn a setting on where they're hanging out on your dynamic island while you're using.
I love that you pull up Apollo and it just says Reddit is killing third-party applications and itself.
But look at the
that's our
animals.
picks.
Yeah,
that's the top post on our picks. Like
that's wild.
And it's pinned. But yeah, anyway, the Pixel Pals.
Yeah,
they're really cute. They hang out on your dynamic island.
I don't have a dynamic island, but they still hang out on my lock screen.
Yeah,
it's really cute.
So he makes a third-party app now called Pixel Pals that you can use, and you can buy different animals and stuff. He said he's making a decent amount, so he's not like terrified.
I hope he's making a decent amount because he's gonna have to refund everyone now that he's shutting down the app. Everyone, because through the app stores, you can just request a refund since you didn't get the full year's worth of stuff. So he's going to get. Yeah, that stinks.
Anyway, trivia.
Yeah.
All right. Question number 2. Andrew David, real proud of you for wrapping that up.
Thank you.
Alexis Ohanian is one of the co-founders of Reddit. Can you name the other 2 founders? And you get 1 point per founder.
Nope.
This is funny. I feel like I just read this.
I read this on Wikipedia a couple pages.
You read it on Reddit?
Let's go.
You read it on Reddit?
No, on Wikipedia.
Did you forget it?
No, on Wikipedia.
Thank goodness.
Be right back.
Wait for it.
For whatever he's on the spectrum, where they're arguing about like stuff related to trans healthcare, I think. Mm-hmm. And as I was listening to both of these people speak, I realized that that's like the current conspiracy theory that if I were to believe in one, I would believe in that one more than anything, I think.
You think everyone should agree with everything you say all the time?
I mean, I'm right all the time, so I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it looks like
AG1 gives you high-quality daily nutrition that helps cover gaps in your diet in one simple scoop.
He knows about our lie. Which one? I wanted to tell you. Oh my god! How far do I need to go to prove my loyalty to you? Do you need me to kill for you?
Damage.
Blair won that debate a little bit.
First of all, it wasn't even a debate.
Yeah, no, you guys were agreeing on
Number
these
one.
things,
Secondly,
for sure.
what do you think she wanted? What part do you think she won?
When you guys were talking about the medicalization of children, and she was saying that aesthetics should not take precedence over like health, like and long term. Like,
and you think I would argue the opposite, that aesthetics should take priority over health?
Well, I mean, but they are. The idea of continuing to issue these puberty blockers to children is going to ensure that, because again, it's not going to allow them to fully develop in those areas where they need to create the
well, sure, but first of all, we disagreed on the puberty blockers part. But the idea behind puberty blockers is supposed to be to block puberty if you are actually trans, right?
Correct, but the idea is to block puberty, so you don't need to go through that puberty, so then you can transition into the opposite sex.
Yeah.
But the problem is for people who want to get the gender reassignment surgery is that if they've been on puberty blockers, their penis does not grow large enough to make it into a vagina.
I don't know if that's for people that are on...
It is for people who are on puberty blockers.
Chill. I don't know if that's for people that are on puberty blockers or people that haven't gone through any puberty yet at all. So, for instance, you probably shouldn't be getting sex reassignment surgery if you haven't gone through any puberty at all. I don't know if you can induce an opposite puberty by giving HRT to like a trans woman. I don't know how that works.
Right.
But also, sex reassignment surgery is a really niche topic. Like, even most of the trans people I know don't want sex reassignment surgery.
Right.
I think Blair even said...
She doesn't have it, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I don't think that's a very relevant, like the hormone blockers and everything, I think are more relevant conversation for children rather than SRS, sex reassignment surgery, I think.
Yeah. But for a lot of people, to her point, that's kind of like the next logical step for a lot of people. And especially when they get like put into this system so young, it's like that's always going to like the next logical step, like get on the puberty blockers, get on the hormone replacement therapy, and then as you get a little bit older, start the surgeries from there.
Well, again, there's a lot of like fully transitioned trans people that just don't get SRS.
Yeah.
Like SRS, I think kind of sucks, and a lot of the things afterwards kind of suck. Like I think there's plenty of people that pass happily and they're fine and they don't like need. Right.
And there's
SRS.
Complications. I believe there's like intense complications for that, even if you don't. Even if you never went on puberty blockers as well, like there's a chance you're going to have complications for that regardless.
Probably, yeah.
So, yeah, but I think just generally, I think that the idea of like blocking puberty, number one, for the reason that we just discussed, but like number two, like that's just kind of wild. The idea of just completely...
Well, I mean, if you're trans, I mean, that being trans is kind of wild, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. But it's just...
So wouldn't you want to...
But there's been plenty of trans people who have then gone into, adulthood and they've been able to transition, but we don't have any type of research that really shows what's going to happen to actually, like, pausing.
Well, sure, but I think that's the point of, like, putting it in a research environment to see what happens, right?
Yeah, but I think that's the point of the arguments that you guys are... And I think that's the point that you were making as well, right? That you were saying that you would be supportive of that in an environment where it is more so controlled. A lot more controlled, and not this mass distribution and just pushing through the pipeline type thing that we're kind of seeing right now.
Sure, that's what I'm for. But I think a lot of the people that are saying what you're saying, and maybe even you, I don't know if with more research if you would change your mind. Like if you could identify with 100% accuracy children that were trans children, would you be okay with giving them puberty blockers?
No.
So then there's like a red herring argument. You don't even care about the research, right?
No, that's not true, because the research... What do you mean when you say helps trans children?
What I'm saying is, let's say that you could 100% identify...
Oh, for sure. Yeah, because then this is going to be 11,000 more steps. Yeah, that's a great call. Blood vessels aren't as stretchy. Less blood, and that blood is less elastic. Oh shit. Damn. Yeah. How much is too much? Oh, man. Jeez. It's a lot of water. All I'm gonna say. It's a little nutty. Okay. Good work, everyone. Hey, snouts. No, Dad's being a ruckus.
And we're back.
I gotta figure. Okay, I need. back. Slightly more hydrated.
This person is trans and they're going to feel trans for their entire life.
Yeah, no, because I think that, again, what Blair said is true. I believe that aesthetics should not be prioritized over other stuff, and we have not been able to see enough evidence and research to determine what are the effects, number one,
that's
of
why I'm
pausing
asking.
puberty.
That's why I'm saying, hypothetically, if we've done the research and you can identify 100% this person's going to be trans and giving them drugs helps them do whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's better.
It helps them.
Well, they don't have to go through the puberty they don't want to. They can get on drug therapies for their trans, whatever they identify with.
And then there aren't any like long-term like health implications or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what research means.
Right.
Yeah, obviously for that stuff.
Yeah, sure. But then the only other issue that you would have with that, which Blair also indicated, is that like a large majority of people, I believe, like up to 90% of people actually grow out of the gender dysphoria that they go through.
Kind of, but that's a lot of that has to do with like desisting of like of dysphoric feelings. That's not necessarily people that have started medication, and those numbers are all over the place depending on what you provide. Like I think the desistance for people on HRT on the last. There was like a military study that somebody sent me. I think it was pretty high. I think it was like 5 or 6%, but it's not like 80, 90%.
Yeah.
Most of the times when people are talking about like 90% desistance, what they're really talking about is a kid that felt dysphoric at some point who changed their mind after going through puberty, but it's not people that have already been prescribed drugs.
So let me go back and restate my point. So if we were able to prove definitively and we could identify that someone is trans and they were not going to grow out of it, as in this is not something that they could potentially, after going through these surgeries, life-changing surgeries, both internally and externally, that are going to affect them.
Like COD or something, that would be kind of weird. Because COD's hard to even play while standing. Because, like, I don't know, my body just, like, running, yeah. Like, ducking around corners and stuff, so that would be, I'd probably be fucking tripping everywhere. Like, wiping out. Yeah, this is a little bit easier, so. That thing's awesome, though. Dad just riles you up. Dad makes you feel so good, huh? Makes you feel so loved. Get so tired and you start freaking licking everything. Yeah, but let me know whenever you want to use that. It feels great to walk on, honestly. Like, I walked friggin'... No, she was just trying to get on the blanket. She didn't even know that was there. Yeah. She does that when she's trying to She got that freaking playful tail. Bruce, we got another rascal in the house. Yeah. Feels great to walk on. you don't hold anything while you're walking off the trail. You just down in front of the TV, just walk. You should try it. I know you're probably scared, but we got it now, so. It feels great. I mean, I walked 8 miles and my knees aren't hurting. None of my joints are. It's just my hip is a little tight. My shoulders are a little tight, but. Bruce, off the pillow.
Get off. Now.
Off the pillow.
Off. Off.
Not on the frickin' pillows.
You need to leave it.
You're fine.
Leave it.
You're fine. Just go somewhere else. Yeah, feeling good. Might be a little tight tomorrow, but we shall see. More healing, more DR. So much more armor, dude. That gives 4% more physical damage reduction. Yeah. 182, dude. Max life. Total armor, too. So that actually increases 2286. Like 160? So. DR and healing. DR close. Physical damage. God, that's so much more. Yeah, that's 65 more damage. Crowd controlled, healthy, injured as well. Basic skill. Basic skill. Healing, receive, crowd control, duration. Cooldown reduction. This is 168 DPS. Insane. Damage to crowd controlled enemies too. Light 16% lightning damage too. I mean that's like just insane, right? Core, which is tornado, which is quite good actually. Vulnerable to and damage to crowd control. That's insane. That is freaking amazing, actually. Core skill, vulnerable. I mean, all three of those are like perfect. Yeah, okay, so we're going there. This gives 42. Crowd controlled. Injured basic. Crowd controlled. Yeah, I think we're fine there. That lightning damage is nice. I mean, it's quite nice, but yeah, that's so good. Yeah, damage to crowd controlled enemies. I mean, that's just straight up just 16%, which is going to be
basically 100% of the time. I think we sacrificed the DPS for those others. Then yeah, I mean this is 100 DPS down. It's just crazy. So okay. What is Grizzly Rage, by the way? Is that the ultimate for shapeshift into a dire of 10 seconds? Bonus damage, DR. Damage bonuses increased by 3% each second while in this form. Kills extend the duration by 1 second. Oof. Yeah, you could build that up a ton. Become immune. Character cannot be damaged, and all control impairing effects are removed and prevented. Huh. Take care of that. But yeah, it's basically vulnerable, physical. That's fine, but whatever. Vulnerable, damage to stunned, critical strike chance. Probably not. Damage to slow, damage to close, crow strike damage. That's pretty good. Vulnerable, lucky hit, overpower. Vulnerable. Damage is slow. Yeah. Strike damage. Vulnerable damage. Physical damage. Sludge. Slowed, close, critical strike. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Oh, freaking chess piece. All stats. Lose 2 ranks of tornado, which is rough. Yeah, I don't think it's worth. Interaction for close. 140. So what's that? 2.5 of 880 would be 88, like 22 more health. That's interesting. Wouldn't use that. DR from close, which outweighs those quite a bit. Yeah, I think we would change it there. And then, yeah. Okay. And then, oh yeah, this has 2 sockets. Basic, overpower, ultimate, vulnerable, overpower.
I cannot do that here.
So we got that. We can return actually now that we. Hey, skill point. It's a skill point. Yeah. Okay, so we already got that. That's great. We should go back to Kyovashad. Take care of someone's gear.
And there weren't going to be any long-term health repercussions, then yeah, sure, of course. Why would you want somebody to have to go through that type of suffering? The problem is it's very difficult to actually say that with any type of absolute certainty, given the fact.
It almost sounds like a house alarm too. I'll actually... Since I'll never use that, I'll just get rid of it completely. That's useful. That is quite useful. Because it generates just so much speed with that. Okay, so... need to pop out some sockets. These new freaking better gems too. That's great. Okay,
I cannot make this right now.
Nice. Unsocket this guy. And then upgrade this guy. Beautiful. Skill point. We were upgrading Cyclone Armor, that's cool. We upgraded that all the way. Could just do basic attack, huh? Or let's go that. It's about time we make sure to get 2 more seconds there. That's a pretty big increase. Oh, we need to extract this stuff. From imprinted. Really? That's weird. So you actually can't pop it out again? Huh. Very interesting. Okay, guess we have to sell it then. Okay, so damage reduction cost, kind of aspects. Gain 18% attack speed. Well, don't we? So we can do Bloodhound. Attacking enemies with a basic skill, increase the damage in the next quarter. We still have that, right? Yep, still have that. Let's see. Distant enemies having stun. Basic skills gain 18%. Damage to slow, damage to plus. But if you put it on a weapon, it gets gain 36% attack speed. It's so good. Yeah, let's do it. It's very good. Very, very good. It actually changed cosmetics quite a bit. It's funny. Enchant. Still don't have those, right? Yep. Stupid plant. Okay. So we're good there. Bunch of new good gems. We need to disenchant a couple of these and get some legendary mats out of it, so that's fine.
Let's resolve it.
Nice. Okay.
Arms for the light. Stay on your guard.
Oh, do I need to? No. I do not. There we go. And jewelry's all upgraded. Let's see. Sapphire, and then yeah, so need 2 weapon and 2 armor. Sapphire. So we've got damage over time, no. Damage taken over time, shatter resist. Yeah, amethyst sucks. Overpowered damage. Max life, so probably armor. Basic skill damage. It's decent. Quick strike damage to crowd control, that's quite good. And then ultimate skill damage. Or life on kill. Ultimate skill damage. Strikes violently. Dealing 495. I don't know if ultimate skill damage is really gonna do it. Yeah. Throw him in there, that's cool. Max life. Protection while fortified. Thorns. Healing receive. I think I will actually throw healing receive there. And my max life there. There's Ruby there. And then basic skill damage, quick strike damage. Too vulnerable, quick strike damage to crowd control. Yup. Strike damage to crowd So I think that makes sense. Basic skill. Oh, sure. Why not? They didn't do it. Okay, lots of new armor. Let's try it back here.
Hey, we don't do anything in the world with absolute certainty, right?
I know, but
And no drugs, no vaccines,
but
things for
also-
children. Like nothing is.
But a
There's
certain
no.
amount of gatekeeping should also exist to the point where we're not having the large amount of like number one detransitioners, but then
I don't think there are that many detransitioners.
there's a lot more than have ever previously
thank
been,
the
and also
fates that
granted
you
because
live.
there's a lot more
I
trans
will
people who are allowed to be
destroy
like
the
out right
chalice
now. So
in
of course,
Sure, but I think we always have to look at it.
end of it.
We always have to look at it as like a percentage,
for all
right?
you've Right. done.
There's probably going to be more now than before
Please
because there's more
never
people that are
speak of
trans
this
before. But
again.
I mean, there's going to be like an overall greater percentage of people
Right.
that are trans. So we should look at like what is the percentage of detransitioning,
I
right?
just think that the biggest issue that I haven't, and I can't speak for Blair, but maybe a lot of other people in a similar position, is it's not like the actual thing of like people being trans and giving them the care that they need. It's the fact that it's become so
Our purpose
politicized, and the
remains
fact that
clear,
now it's
spirits
become
are low.
such an issue,
Baltok,
and it's
the
become such a
chieftain's champion,
sensitive topic
was recently
that
slain.
people,
Now
number
the
one, they can't have
cosmic
any
is
type of
difficult
contrary
to ask
opinions
this
without
of
being
an
called bigoted, without
outsider.
being called, you know, XYZ.
Please,
But also the
replay.
fact that now we've seen in many
We
instances
display
that
these
people are just being
trophies to
blindly
honor the
pushed through, and
ancients and
oftentimes
guide their
kids
wisdom
being
to us.
blindly pushed through this
The
medical
skulls
system
remind me that
without
death is
any type
always
of,
closer.
you know, gatekeeping involved,
is one
sometimes without
skull
the parents'
receiving
consent
the
even.
gold
Like you hear about kids
That
being
of
like
a
socially
goatman
transitioned and stuff like this in
evening,
schools,
Caller
without
the
that. Like
collector.
things like this, it's
Caller
more so
has
the
challenged
how
us.
it's become so
Way to
politicized
win
and the
me,
way that
it's
it's really
damn
starting
well
to affect
taken.
like culture more so than actually like getting trans kids the care that they need. Like I'm sure nobody would actually have an issue with that if it wasn't such a political thing, and if all of these kids that certainly aren't trans and now
When you wash your body, do you use a moldy loofah, a dirty washcloth, or you're that guy that just uses their hands while only scrubbing your pits and privates?
Hunt the Khazra
I'm talking to you. Introducing the Body Buffer by Manscaped. A body scrubber designed with 100%
I can kill some
antibacterial
things,
silicone
dude.
that will have you feeling cleaner and smoother all over. The lengthened bristles help gently exfoliate your body while removing dead skin, reduce ingrown hairs, and build up that big lather. Its ergonomic design and no-slip handle ensures easy maneuvering through those hard-to-reach areas. And if you upgrade to the Buff Bundle, you'll also get 2 bottles of Manscaped's Ultra Premium Body Wash, infused with our signature cologne-quality
that
fragrance
dungeon
and
and we'll go
ingredients
the
like
other
aloe
way.
vera and sea
Do that
salt.
dungeon.
Order the Buff Bundle today at manscaped.com and receive free shipping.
With my hammer.
I need time to do that.
Cool. We ain't hecking around, dude. Oh, that's blown. Holy.
I pride myself on being
Get
Robin.
outta
I've always
here.
been Robin. I'm always gonna be Robin.
Get your face out of here.
No, you jest. My whole public persona is based on being Robin. I am Robin.
falling victim to a ideology that may have otherwise never even affected them. They could have gone on living a totally normal life, maybe being a little bit, gender non-conforming, maybe being a little bit weird, maybe something else. But because of the political state and how prevalent this discourse has become and the way it's permeating into every single aspect of culture, I believe that there could be, maybe not a huge aspect, but a small aspect of social contagion. That we're seeing as well, which also plays into it. And again, the gatekeeping isn't there to actually say, like, is this social contagion right now? Is this maybe some other mental health things? Is there some other things playing into this? Or is this a trans person and do I just blindly affirm? And I think that most of the time it's leaning towards the side of the blind affirmation.
Sure. So here's how I view this whole conversation. Okay. So here we will take, we'll call this CP for crazy progressive. Okay.
CP, great.
Yeah, you know what? We will call this CP.
Oh,
yeah, I will have this. I will have this up here. Okay. Okay. We'll call this RP for reasonable position, and we'll call this RP for reactionary position. Hold on, I need new things for all this. Okay. Let me rethink this.
Child one, red pill one. Those are the acronyms that
Okay,
we're
give me
about.
a second, okay? My mouse.
Do you need a pad?
No, I just need to see where my mouse is. Where is it? Can you see it? Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. Oh my God.
Come on, don't
Dumb face is out of here, dude.
I don't even like calling the left one progressive, but I'll do it just to satisfy you, okay? So here's my issue, okay? You have two different positions. These are what I observe, okay?
Okay.
You've got a progressive position, a super progressive position, okay? And I'm gonna say that the problem with this is we've got something that's called, I'll call it relentless affirmation, okay? So affirm all children, self-ID, if you're trans it's because you say you are, and we're just gonna give you whatever drugs you need, okay? This would be like the crazy progressive side. And then here, you've got what I would call the reactionary side, which I would call relentless roadblocks.
So the people who are like trying to make it illegal for like trans adults even, and the people who are just like, just totally saying we need to exterminate transness from society. Like the Daily Wire people, basically.
I feel like, well, or a lot of the arguments you just gave. So I feel like what happens is people...
The arguments I gave, you think that I'm relentless.
Oh, yes, we'll get there, okay? The issue that I run into is I feel like here is a reasonable middle ground, okay? Here's what I consider a reasonable middle ground, okay? You have things like critical therapy for children, okay? You've got research-based medicine, we'll say RBM, okay? Research-based medicine, okay? And you've got, we'll say, parents plus doctors involved, okay? I think if you truly believe that trans people are real, and if you don't, that's a whole different argument, but if you truly believe that trans people are real, I think this is like the very, 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 very obvious middle ground. Because if you do believe trans people are real, you want to find a way to accurately identify them, and you want to be able to focus medical care on them in the way that improves their outcomes the most, essentially, right? But the problem I run into is, based on which side you're arguing with, if a super progressive runs into a reactionary person, what they go is, oh, well, hold on, if there's critical care, you're never going to be able to get hormones. Or hold on, if you've got to go through all these parental processes, parents might block their kids from doing it. Hold on, if we wait for the research, there might never be research that shows that this particular drug is good because of, transphobic institutions and researchers. So we need to just have relentless affirmation. We need to go by self-ID, blah, 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 blah. I think that position is insane. As a parent, and as a reasonable person, I think that it's an untenable position. But then you come over here. Now there are two different ways to do this reactionary argument, but I'll do the more reasonable reactionary argument. Is people start saying things like, not a single child can detransition. Any harm is too much harm. There can never be a mistake in any of this care. Sometimes it might go wrong. Basically what they end up wheeling out are a whole bunch of arguments that you would never apply or never use as a standard for any other type of care in the world, but because it's related to trans people, and because I think there's like a secret tumor here, which is like, there's like a whole like matrix gender ideology baggage, like there's all this other shit here that they're kind of like using to fight over on this trans thing.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like, when somebody says that like if I make an argument that like, hey, I think maybe there should be trans healthcare available for minors. The other person here is like, oh, this guy thinks that there should be mask mandates and mandatory vaccines. And he probably doesn't like Andrew Tate. And he probably doesn't like men that work out. Like all of these things, what?
Same with that guy.
Sure, it can be on the left thing here, there can also be a bunch of baggage as well, right? But it's frustrating because sometimes when I'm arguing with people, I don't even know if I'm talking about trans stuff or if I'm getting roped into like all of these other, like Jordan Peterson doesn't ever talk about trans people. He kind of does, but what he's really talking about is like the destruction of society. Like that's what all of his trans arguments essentially boil down into.
I mean, the thing about free speech and compelled speech and not having to technically...
Yep.
I think that's a pretty fair argument. Right?
No.
You don't think that that's fair?
I think there are arguments
Do you think that if somebody wants to be referred to as like fae self or like
literally
demon
hold
self,
on. Firstly, nobody uses
is this just some...
neo-pronouns. That's a wild position that nobody defends except for crazy kids in school. Okay, number one. And number two, you can be against those positions. I'm against those positions. Okay, I think neo-pronouns are fucking wacky, goofy, and stupid. But that doesn't inform my position at all on how I feel about like trans children or trans healthcare. And if it does, that means that you've like you're roping all these things together, and you're like fighting against a boogeyman every time these things come out.
I get what you're saying, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I can agree partially with what Jordan Peterson is saying so far as like I feel like it's your prerogative to want to be referred to in a certain way, and it's my prerogative to be able to say yes or no to that. I mean, I'm a nice person, so most of the time I'm not gonna make it weird or uncomfortable for somebody, but I think compelling that by law is weird, and I think that it's great that he was able to speak out about that. Now, does that necessarily mean that I completely disagree with some of the points that you're making here? Like, no. So I don't agree that believing one necessarily ropes you into all of the others. I think it can be a little bit more nuanced than that, because I think they're different topics, like because it's more about the free speech than the actual trans stuff.
Sure. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I'm just saying that like when healthcare for trans kids comes out, these are all the other arguments that I feel like are being made at the same time.
Right.
Like I feel like you ever talk to somebody and they obviously have like a lot of trauma? And you're like, you can tell that as you're talking to them that they've got like demons that they're fighting. That's what I feel sometimes when I talk to conservatives. I feel like they got a lot of demons that are coming out that they see behind me, and it's like, well, let's just talk about trans healthcare. And they're like, okay, well, we're literally gonna lose to Russia because of the destruction of Western society, and this is why Islam is better than Christianity because they don't do this shit. And it's like, okay, like I don't know what we're talking about at this point.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I feel like that's not really an argument. That's just some outlandish people.
Well, sure, but then why it should be?
Let's leave the diagram up. I like the diagram.
Sure, it should be relatively easy, I think, to get people to agree on this, as long as there's critical therapy, as long as we use research-based medicine, and as long as like there's parental consent. I don't see how you could ever be opposed to, assuming all three of these criteria are met, like why would we ever be opposed to like healthcare available for trans kids in the form of like puberty blockers? Yeah,
sure, so why do you think I'm this guy?
Well, because you bring up like a million, so for instance, you bring up like social contagion.
Okay.
What does that have to do with it? Like, people can be social contagious to feel like depressed or ADHD. Do we not give those medications to children?
Yeah, but I'm saying that again, the depression and some of these other disorders are not as politicized, and so they're not being as blindly affirmed. Usually there's a little bit more therapy and more things that need to go into it versus the trans issue right now. And I'm not saying that the social contagion makes up even the majority or a large portion of it, but your argument is you're saying if you think that trans people are real, then you are, like, you must hate them if you're anything other than this position, and I think that that's not true because there is
anything other than this. Wait, anything other than this middle position? Yes, I would agree with that.
But,
what you just said, yes, true.
Yeah, or even this one. Some people would probably say
yeah,
that.
The one on the left is crazy. Yeah, they would say the same thing, but those guys are losers. So, but I'm saying that like there is a lot of.
Watch cable-free live TV with no hidden fees or long-term contracts. Sign up and start watching today. YouTube TV.
I lost my debit card. What do I do?
No need to panic over a lost debit card. With BMO, you can freeze and unfreeze your card using your phone.
I can?
And you can always get a new card instantly at a BMO branch.
Who's panicking?
Not you.
Maybe not as much politicization around like ADHD and depression, but there are a lot of people that fake that shit on fucking Twitter. It's very easy today to get like amphetamines prescribed to you.
Yeah, sure, but again, it's not as, maybe we hear more about it because of how politicized the trans issue is for sure, but it seems to be making up a much larger community, and it seems to be disproportionately affecting young people in a lot of ways. You know,
yeah, I don't disagree, but the problem is people never seem to want to fight against that by in having this middle position. They always go to this because, like, I agree. I believe, by the way, 1,000,000% of social contagion. Okay, I think like 80% of people that are non-binary are taking it. Okay.
Did you hear about the dissociative identity disorder? Like,
I followed all that shit too. I had a DID person in my community.
But you want to know what's crazy is like to actually get them out of it, they actually need to go through real therapy to get out of it. Not like DID medication and therapy, but they've actually so much built up something. It's like so psychosomatic in their brain that they literally believe that they have it. And if that's possible for people on that type of a level, of course it can be possible for other mental illnesses or for trans people and this and that. So I'm not saying that to invalidate the fact that we need to use this, because there are trans people who do suffer from gender dysphoria, but I'm saying that we can't just say that if we're not blindly affirming, or if we aren't being, you know, maybe putting in some gatekeeping, or maybe just second guessing things every now and again, or putting a little bit of critical pushback.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily disagree.
So why do you think of this guy and not that guy?
Because I noticed that for a lot of people, there's very selective skepticism or selective putting the brakes on anything. If I tell you, for instance, that I think that Jazz Jennings should be a role model for trans people, I imagine you probably wouldn't be okay with that.
I mean,
think I'm trapping you. I am, but not in the way you know. Don't worry. You're walking into a huge trap right now, so get ready.
I mean, I don't think that that's the ideal outcome of a trans person, right? Like, Jazz has never had like an orgasm or something. Like, they've had a bunch of botched surgeries. They're never going to enjoy a very crucial part of their life.
True. You're being very skeptical and very critical. Okay. Which is fine. That's okay. I'm glad. I don't think Jazz is, I think that person's life is, that's a horrible representative.
Yeah.
However, I think it was just as obvious that Andrew Tate is a dog shit representative and role model for men, like in a million different ways, and we can go down the list. But you're very keen to make a whole bunch of excuses and exceptions for Andrew Tate, even though he admitted that every way that he's made money, except for I guess a little bit of kickboxing, has been scummy. He is in bed with the mafia for running his casinos in poor parts of Romania. He literally, even if he didn't traffic women, he got women that are never before involved in camming to do his cam business. He's on record lying about stealing their taxes because he thinks they're stupid. He's on record, Tristan Tate was making fun of all the poor men that they rope into their OnlyFans embassy schemes on T's talk shows and shit. Like, they're in every way they're I feel like if I were to ask you, if it were to come out that Andrew Tate was trans, and then I ask you, do you think Andrew Tate is a good trans role model? You would say no, for all the reasons I just listed. But because he's more ideologically aligned with you, you're willing to be less skeptical of all of his problems. That's the issue that I run into, I think.
Well, I think it's because it's a lack of awareness. I'm not as aware of these problems. Like, even the legal stuff that you brought up earlier, like, I wasn't aware of all of that, so I can't necessarily speak on it. I think what it comes back to is sometimes you just need to look at people's results. So that's what I would probably say. When you look at Jazz Jennings' results as a poster child for the trans movement, I don't think that the results is something that a trans person in her position would probably be seeking out for their life. Whereas you look at somebody like Andrew Tate and a lot of these red pill guys, maybe the way in which he got there, but they look at his life, they look at the girls he's with, his lifestyle, his ability to travel, what he's doing, and maybe it's because they are not aware of what goes on behind the scenes to get in there in the first place. And like I said, there's probably a lot of pieces to the puzzle that I'm missing. But I think that's what it comes down to. People are able to look at Andrew Tate and see results. And so that's why that is a good role model for them versus somebody like Jazz Jennings. They would look at and be like, this is not the result I would want for my own transition. So of course that's not going to be the role model.
Yeah, but you understand that there's a couple things. So one, this lack of awareness, I think, plays into the ideology because the media bubbles that you inhabit are probably more likely to show you negative things about Jazz Jennings rather than negative things about Andrew Tate, right? Number one. Number two, I don't believe this thing here, the results thing. I will fully make this prediction, and I've been predicting it, and so far it's come true. Every single bad or good thing that happens to like Andrew Tate is always going to be spun to be about the Matrix. So for instance, for 6 months they've been in this kind of like pre-trial detention essentially, waiting for charges to come out. And for the longest time everybody said there were no charges, it's all bullshit, they're just keeping them there for 6 months because they're doing it to be assholes. But now the narrative is changing because charges are coming down on the Tates. Now the narrative has changed to, oh, well, charges are coming, but they're bullshit. They're going to be made up charges. So if he ends up going to jail and getting convicted, then people are going to say, oh, well, the trial was bullshit. Literally no matter, or let's say he goes to trial and he beats the trial, they're going to say, oh, well, he won because the charges were bullshit. Literally no matter what the outcome is, there's always going to be like a conspiracy way to explain it. So, because you, for instance, you bring up like, well, look at the results of Andrew Tate, like people want to be like that. Well, yeah, but like, what are the results? Like the guy's got, is he the one with like 20 children or is that Tristan? I don't remember. Like it doesn't seem like he's a happy married man.
I'm just talking, on a superficial level. We're talking about
he's got money?
Red pill stuff. Yeah, the standard red
but like
pill
money,
stuff
like how many people have money? Like Epstein had a lot of money, arguably more than anyone else in the world. He could fuck whoever he wanted.
Yeah, no, for sure. And there is some
even
guys,
kids.
I mean, there's some people who, like, in the red pill space who have said that, right? Wasn't it you and, well, not, you're not red pill, but like Sneaker who was saying, like, there are bad people who you would not necessarily, like, you wouldn't call that a high value man because of the bad
people
stuff
would
that
for
they've
Andrew
done.
Tate. They call him a moral man, a high value man. Like this guy's supposed to be a Muslim now, but he's like committing one of the greatest harams of all time, and that he still takes a lot of money from casinos. He runs casino businesses. It's like one of the worst things you could do as a Muslim.
Oh, is gambling illegal?
It's a super haram.
Super haram?
Yeah.
Oh no. Damn. Well, I don't know. I don't think that it's really comparable to be like Jazz Jennings, the role model for the trans movement versus Andrew Tate being what, the role model for the red pill movement? The role model for what? For what?
I'm just saying that like there is a selective skepticism involved that I notice. That like if, for instance, if Andrew Tate had the exact same background as Hunter Biden, people would say that he was awesome. travels the world, rich businessman, makes money in all these countries, fucks hookers and prostitutes, smokes crack, doesn't give a tall as fuck, 8-inch dick. People would be like, oh my god, like Hunter Tate is the best guy in the world. But because Hunter Biden is like on the Democrat side, they're hypercritical of all of those things. And then if Andrew Tate, if his name was like Andrew Clinton, it would be like he obviously trafficked all those girls, probably most of them, probably an abusive person. All those takes that came out, right, with him like smacking girls and them crying. No, those girls were never in on that. Like people would treat him in such a different way.
Okay, that's fine. So whatever, devil's advocate, they're a bad advocate. But what's that got to say about Jazz Jennings? Like that's still.
I agree that Jazz Jennings is bad.
And would you agree that probably a lot of the representatives of, like, I feel like the people who should be representing the LGBTQIA plus whatever other letters there are should be representing all people like Blair and people who are able to think critically about these things. Obviously, people like Blair aren't transphobic. She's trans herself, but people need to be able to think critically to be able to put these gatekeeping is not a bad thing. I think that's something that should absolutely be more so enforced, especially now more than ever that we're seeing a lot of these other countries retract on what they're saying. And I don't think that it's due to bad press. I think maybe a little bit of it, some of it. I think that some of it's due to the social contagion, some of it isn't, but regardless, it's still enough to justify. It's not one trans life or one life that justifies it or no. I think it's a substantial enough number that we can actually talk about it being like an issue, and I think getting to this middle ground is going to be the biggest problem when you have both sides who are so like hell-bent on their way playing out. Like I find it very difficult to imagine like a future where we're actually going to like get to this.
Yeah, but I feel like if I were to go like scrolling through, I don't know if you have like, do you have Twitter?
Yeah, I just got Twitter recently.
Okay, I feel like if I were to scroll through your Twitter, would I find most of the like comments and engagement like in this middle part, or would they like all be over here?
Is there Twitter for this middle part? I didn't even
Yeah, there's
know.
a guy called the Omniliberal on Twitter. He's based in this middle part, okay?
I don't think I follow you on Twitter.
Don't.
I shouldn't. Should we see? Oh yeah, the first thing is Tucker Carlson.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, what pops up?
Whenever you shop Myra, you help fill someone else's plate. Through our Simply Give program, we're able to ensure
A lot of flags in there. Oh, wow, look at that. What was that one? Do you believe the rumors that Michelle Obama is transgender? I don't know if it's transphobic or racist. People have been saying Michelle Obama has been trans since Obama entered office.
Really?
Yes.
Is that based off of what Tucker said on his second episode or whatever? He said something about
No, this has been a running thing for like 15 years in the United States.
Did he say that Obama was like gay or something, or was he saying that Michelle was
People
bad?
thought that, so Trump ran, I don't know if Trump started this or someone else did, but I think Trump started the rumor that Barack Obama was born in Kenya. So he lied about where he was born. And then other people carried this torch of Michelle Obama, because she's got broad shoulders, that she's secretly trans.
Oh yeah. There you go. What do you think of Tucker's show being brought to Twitter? Do you feel like Twitter's going to be another, like, kind of like a Rumble, like an uncensored space for people to be able to?
I don't know what the monetization options look like on Twitter, so we'll see. Yeah.
It seems like a lot of people are getting hit real hard on YouTube lately. Like,
Really? Who?
all the Daily Wire people got like kicked off, right? Basically.
There's no, I feel like I would have heard about that. There's no way.
I don't think like permanently, but so Candace Owens is suspended. Matt Walsh got demonetized. Brett Kavanaugh, I believe, got like some strikes. Like all pretty much all of them. They've been hit pretty. I was watching a Timcast about it.
Oh, Timcast, huh? Yeah, I guess you might have. Let's check. I'm not sure. Daily. Wait. Fuck.
Oh. Hey.
He was saying that his theory was that it's about the election. They don't want as much like right-leaning, free media out on YouTube. Type in Timcast.
Okay, well, listen. I would never trust him as a first-party source on anything.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so here we go. We've got YouTube demonetizes Matt
And then
Walsh.
Candace Owens is actually like
This is a month ago. Okay. I wonder what he said.
And I think it was for misgendering.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I mean, that's a policy on YouTube. I mean, you're not supposed to do it, but
And then there was and then Candace Owens got suspended.
YouTube account has been suspended and issues cryptic until then message. Oh, also over trans stuff. Man, we're really just everybody's talking about trans stuff, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Wow.
Seems to be the main thing.
Yeah, pretty important. Do you feel like trans stuff impacts your life on a daily basis? New immigrant to the United States, trying to find an apartment to rent, looking for work, employment, all that.
No.
You feel like trans stuff is a big part of your daily life?
No, but it's like like how much it's politicized. That's what gets annoying and affects like daily life for people. I feel like, yeah. So it's not even the issue in general, but then the people on these two sides of things that want to be crazy with it. I think that's what actually just affects people's lives, or not even affects their life, but it's just like annoying or inconvenient or just like cringe. Like, I mean, I think that there's a reason why there's so much discourse about it. I think that both sides should be able to agree that, above all, like, children need to be protected. I don't think that should be like a left-leaning or like right.
Yeah, but that's like begging the question, right? Everybody believes children should be protected, but it's over how do we protect them? That's right.
Yeah, and then actually being able to critically like look at the research and be like, okay, is this helping or harming? But
sure, but conservatives seem to only like the research when it supports them. To be fair, progressives do the same, but I feel like people don't engage well with any research that's contradictory to their position. For instance, Rollo Tomasi cites a lot of Evo Psych research, but then when I give him updated research that proves he's wrong, he says, oh, well, now I think that the institutions are like liberal bias.
Oh, really?
So now he doesn't believe them, right? Or a lot of conservatives believe that ivermectin was a good alternative to any other type of treatment for SARS-CoV-2, but then as soon as like the big ivermectin studies came out and showed that it was dog shit, then they were like, well, we don't believe that research, we think. So it seems like people are very selective when they pick the research that they want to believe.
Right. What's in your opinion? What's the most trusted form of research? Like,
you can just read the research. I mean, stuff is published. Like,
okay, but like, so what do you think makes people like invalidate a piece of research? Like, what makes what makes something strong versus something like weak?
Problem is, one, the vast majority of people don't even engage with research, including pundits. When most people say that they've seen research or they do research, what they mean is they heard a guy quote maybe an abstract from a study one time on a podcast. That's the big thing. So like, for instance, I watched Tim Pool and there was this guy called The Surfs TV. Do you know? Very Far Left versus Tim Pool for whatever he's on the spectrum, where they're arguing about like stuff related to trans healthcare, I think. And as I was listening to both of these people speak, I realized that neither of them have any idea how research works or like the basic terminology of what it is. So for instance, the Surfs was there. So there's something called a literature review, right? That's where you basically look at a bunch of studies and you kind of say like, this is what I think, basically where we're at. There was a lit review that was posted on, I think it was a Cambridge website or something, and he was trying to say it was a peer-reviewed meta-analysis. But the problem is, one, it wasn't peer-reviewed. It was just hosted on their school's website. Number one, Cornell. Number one, so it wasn't peer-reviewed. Two, it wasn't a meta-analysis. It was a literature review. A meta-analysis is when you take a whole bunch of different studies' data sets and you try to comport. You basically try to get all the data sets to fit one data set to make a larger sample size, basically.
Gotcha.
Very quickly. Meta-analysis is very difficult to do, very high standard, but like very good research if you can do one well. A lit review is basically just like, oh, this is where we're at. But neither of these guys knew what they were. They didn't really know the difference between any of those things. Now, for a layman, I would say, okay, fine. I'm not going to sit here and like jerk off over how much you know about studies or whatever. But the scary thing is it's possible, it's conceivable, in fact, it's probably already happened, that I've argued with somebody in real life. And when I talk about research, usually I've read at least a bit of a study, published in a journal, and this is where I'm coming from. And somebody else will kind of go like, oh, well, I've seen the research too. but they haven't seen the research. They're quoting Tim Pool, who even he doesn't understand the research, right?
Oh.
So do you see the issue? So people will say things like, for instance, like here's this thing, people say, you can find a study that supports anything. That's not true. You can find a pundit that will support anything, and you can find a pundit quoting a study that will
What's
support
pundit
anything.
mean?
Pundit is like a guy that gives commentary on politics.
Oh,
So like
okay.
I'm technically a pundit, I think,
You're a
right?
pundit?
Yeah, people that do like political commentary. But yeah, that's my issue. So I mean, like, you can find research. Like, if you're looking for, generally for any big topic, there'll be like a few really well-respected studies.
Right,
There's not like a billion studies on everything. There's usually like a few big ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look at like respected journals, right? Nature, New England Journal of Medicine, National or NEBR for research, Bureau of Research. Is it? Fuck, I forget the NEBR. But like, yeah, there's big, yeah. You can do research, but most people don't. That's the point of it. Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
in the last show that we did where we were talking a little bit about politics, I brought up the point, and you kind of agreed that the education system and a lot of media and like mainstream media has become very left-leaning. So do you not think that that has any type of bearings so far as the new published like data that's coming out? Like, do you think that there could be any type of like a left-leaning bias?
Then you just go through the studies and you can find out. Like in some of them, you can find bias if it's a real study.
Right.
So for instance, I think there are a couple that there were a couple trans studies that came out, for instance, that show that like the headlines were that these studies show that trans kids are being helped a lot. But there were a couple issues with the study. One is what do you call it when you get a drop off, guys? There's a name for this. It's not the callback rate. It's not the follow through rate. It's the, like, if you start a study with 500 people, by the end you've got like 50 left. What am I thinking of? You might just say they were lost to follow up, right? So like, for instance, there might be, attrition rate might be it as well. You've got a study where you've got 500 people in and you're tracking their healthcare. And by the time you get to the third checkup, only like 67 are left, right? And then you use those 67 to draw conclusions about what happened to all 500.
Right.
But the issue might be that the people that didn't follow up to the end.
AG1 gives you high-quality daily nutrition that helps cover gaps in your diet in one simple scoop.
They might have dropped off in a non-representative way, meaning they dropped off for a particular reason that's not going to show up in that last group of 70 people. Like, for instance, let's say I do a big study on, I'm going to find women in incredibly abusive relationships, and I'm going to teach them ways to fight off their husbands, okay? Let's say that study starts with 100 people, and by the end, I've got 10 women left, and all 10 of those women successfully fought off their husbands, and it was like really good. Well, I could come through and publish like, I had a 100% success rate on this study.
They can actually say they had 100% even though 90% are no longer
Dropped off, correct. But what if those 90% of women died?
Right.
Then it's like, okay, well, what the fuck is the value of this study, right? So when you've got studies with really bad follow-through, with really poor attrition, then you have to look at like, well, why do we think some people didn't follow through? Is it abnormally high? Because like a lot of research has like bad follow-through, callback rates and shit.
That's
but,
really
like,
interesting that it can be published in the same manner though, versus something that's like, oh no, it's actually 100% like true and true.
Well, what I gave that woman, that was an extreme example.
No,
but I'm
for
just saying
sure.
like these are, but like that's something where you can look at the study, read it, and criticize it if you want. But that requires you to actually engage with the study, not just like read the headline and say, I don't believe this is true.
Right, yeah. But then, so reading through the study, then you'll be able to go in and see, oh no, these people dropped off, and you'd probably be able to draw your own like logical conclusions.
You could, or even better, believe it or not, researchers generally aren't retarded. Usually, if you go through a study, at the beginning or at the end, after they do their conclusion, the researchers themselves will speak about the limitations. Sometimes it's even in the abstract, I think, where they'll say like, this study sample was non-representative. We tried to adjust whatever we couldn't. There was a high drop-off rate. This might not be representative, right? Researchers will acknowledge the limitations of their studies. So you just have to actually be willing to read it. It's not that most studies that are published are like not that hard to read. Like you can probably spend like 15 minutes going through one and get a much better grasp than most people. Most people just don't want to do it.
Ask ChatGPT to summarize it.
Maybe I've seen some questionable summaries by ChatGPT, but yeah.
I've seen actually some really bad ones. It's funny.
Yeah.
Oh man. No, fair enough. Interesting.
What else? A nice, good one.
What did you think about the whole...
What's going on
here? Trump's getting listed,
I was getting convicted.
Convicted. But then, didn't something come out with Biden?
Go ahead, yeah.
No, I'm just
No,
asking.
tell me, ask me. What is the question about?
I was asking. I just, propaganda.
Nope, that's fine.
Twitter,
God.
my right-leaning
That's
Twitter
good.
feed
Yep, ask the question.
has informed me that Trump is being arrested. Meanwhile, there's all of this evidence of Biden taking bribes.
Yeah.
Oh no, dude. This stuff is apparently like just as horrible as what Trump's done.
Well, as soon as they have the evidence to prove that, that would be really compelling.
Yeah,
But,
there's no evidence of it whatsoever.
Republicans have put together committee after committee. The most recent one that came out was the Durham report, trying to prove that there's all this malfeasance, all this horrible shit happening, all the bribery, all the corruption. But like, for some reason, the Biden crime family is just so smart. They've managed to avoid everything so far.
What the heck?
Yeah.
But with Trump stuff, how long did that take for all of that to come out for there to finally be like the indictment? And
The
then
problem is that
go?
Trump is exceptionally retarded, and he is an exceptionally horrible person.
Okay.
So because these two things generally work in tandem with one another, it's been very easy to basically him raw on the recent indictments that came out.
Okay. So he wasn't clever about concealing anything at all.
So the
I mean, it
indictments
took
for
a while
Trump.
for them to figure it out, though, right?
Well, so
like,
here's
when
the
were
issue.
the charges in question?
Here's the issue. The issue is basically what happened was he left the White House, and as leaving the White House, he had tons and tons of boxes of documents and stuff taken from the White House to Mar-a-Lago. Okay. Now this isn't abnormal. Lots of people do it. Obama did it. Everybody's done this. Now sometimes as part of this process, one, there could be classified material that you're just not aware is in there, or two, sometimes stuff can get like retroactively classified, right? Where
When you've already taken it.
yeah. So both of these things are possible. It happens. Even if he took classified documents, it's like, okay, it happens or whatever. The issue is that the National Archives people contacted him, and they said, hey, we need to get this stuff back. And Trump didn't respond. Trump lied about what he had.
So, like, when
And
it's
eventually the
Sunday,
FBI contacted him. They're like, hey, we really need this shit back, or we're going to take it. And then Trump told his attorneys to lie about what was there. He told employees in Mar-a-Lago to hide boxes, to move them around the apartment when he thought that people were coming with subpoenas and shit.
Well,
and so
yeah,
after
since it's
over a year of this, trying to get these documents back, the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago and they took back, I think at the end it was like 50 pieces of classified material, strewn among like all these boxes of documents and shit.
Wow.
But the problem, the big problem, the really big problem, and this is where people get really mad about, they say like Hillary Clinton's emails and blah, blah, blah.
Nice.
Nobody knows this. Nobody, for whatever reason, because nobody actually cares about what the criminal code is. When it comes to taking classified material, you have to do it with intention, right? So, for instance, and I know you've heard this before, people are going to say, well, Biden took a classified document and so did Pence, and they did. But the difference was, as soon as they found it, they were like, oh shit, there's some shit here, like, come and get it, right? And it didn't seem like they intentionally took the documents, right? Even Hillary with her emails, that there were some classified emails on the server, we don't know if she intentionally had those emails there, if she just didn't know. Usually intent in these cases is really, really, really hard to prove. You have to be really, really yes. But the problem here is Trump is literally on record saying things like, I took this from the White House, it's very secret, I shouldn't even be showing it to you, and I didn't declassify
And
it.
there's evidence of him like literally saying that and saying like,
Multiple
how do we
times.
hide this? Or
And yes, and there's
Sketchy.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the problem is he's laid out the entire case as unbelievably accessibly as possible.
Right. There's really no coming back from that, it sounds like.
Assuming everything is true, to be fair. Oh, this is my tweet. Like, this is one of his quotes. Secret. This is secret information. Look at this. But the problem is that, like, if everything in the indictments are true, and obviously hopefully the DOJ is really careful of this because they wouldn't want to charge this guy with something and be wrong about it. But if everything is true, he's absolutely beyond fucking retarded.
Right. And then he can't be president if he's like in jail, right?
I don't know I think he can. I don't think anybody knows necessarily how that. I think you can be president as long as you're not convicted of like fucking espionage or some shit.
Wait, you can be.
You can like murder and rape people.
You can be behind bars and be running the fucking country from behind bars.
I don't know how that would work, but I'm pretty sure it's possible.
That sounds like a really big logistical issue.
Maybe, but I mean, like, technically, even Trump going to jail would be a logistical issue, right?
Right.
Because would be their Secret Service in jail with him, or how would that even work?
Yeah,
it would be really weird.
Yeah, he would have to be like the most protected person, like in that, like he would not be around like people.
Yeah. People are saying he can pardon himself. You can pardon yourself from federal charges, which these indictments are, but you can't pardon yourself from state charges. So, like in New York, those are state charges. I don't know what's working its way through Georgia.
But so for Biden though, and what everyone's saying about Biden, there's absolutely zero evidence of that.
Well, of which thing?
So aren't people saying that like he took a bribe from like Ukraine or something like that?
Yeah, so there were emails. I think, real emails discovered on a laptop that I think was really Hunter Biden's, but nobody really knows. And like one of these emails referred, one of these emails are being read in a way where Hunter Biden says like, I think he says like 10% for the big man or something, or he says I can, let me get you in front of my dad or something. And basically people are reading into this to be like, oh look, like Joe Biden is getting a cut of some of the overseas business dealings that Hunter Biden is involved in. Now there's never been transaction records, financial statements, bank statements, any record of any of this actually happening, but people are reading that through the Hunter Biden email stuff essentially.
You know what I always find really interesting is like if you think people were going talking about these like really like
We were banana bread experts.
No! They came in and were looking for financing. They needed some seed money to get the business going.
I was with him when I got the news that we had gotten into our dream retailer. I'm Annie.
frickers.
I'm Morgan. And this is our banker, Dennis.
You're just a bunch of frickers.
crazy things. Like there's
Gosh
huge
dang it.
implications. Like would they be emailing about it like for real?
Well,
Like,
I mean,
would they
Trump does,
really-
so. But no, yeah, you're right. The irritating thing is that like these would be like this would be one of the largest conspiracies in like all of U.S. history. Like bigger
Right.
than Iran-Contra, bigger than Watergate, bigger.
If
it would
it's
be
true,
huge.
like if he actually did take
Yeah,
it,
that would
right,
be huge.
Right.
And if it was influencing like policy and everything, yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
huge. But there's just not good evidence
And
for
you
it.
don't believe that because you don't believe in conspiracies.
What?
You don't believe in conspiracies.
Of course I believe in conspiracies. Conspiracies happen. I've
I
never been
know. We
conspiracies.
spoke about that the first time. You
Oh, yeah,
believe
yeah.
in them. You just don't. You don't believe that they could happen really on a mass scale. So
I don't
much
believe
so-
I don't believe in conspiracies that could happen that are like harmful to the American people, obviously on a mass scale. No.
yeah.
But like could some like for instance like the Bidens enriching themselves by doing overseas dealings and shit? That's like I mean if there's evidence for it, I would believe that. That's
Right,
possible. Sure.
right.
Because you're being selfish, you're enriching yourself. Yeah.
Right. So like, but conspiracies isn't like very far right people would be
Sick
like,
of you
oh, all of
freezing
the
me.
vaccines are depopulation and blah blah blah. You know, like you don't believe that on that type of a level, they, different governments and
Yeah,
industries
remember
are-
the strength of the claim goes into the requirement for the evidence, right? Like if you're making a claim like that, there needs to be
Right.
more than just like a Project Veritas 60-minute documentary on it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I agree. I feel like it's not good to put too much stock in.
Sure. If you want to believe in a conspiracy that makes you feel really good, if I had to believe in any right-wing conspiracies right now, it seems to be the case that Ukraine might have been involved in that Nord Stream bombing. I think right now they're the most likely culprit based on who's come out. So if you want to feel really good about attacking the left and believing in a right-wing conspiracy, I would say probably the attack of the Nord Stream pipeline by Ukraine is probably your best bet. If you want to feel superior to...
Wasn't that Russia's pipe?
It was a pipeline that it wasn't operational yet, but it was a pipeline that was supposed to be moving gas through to Europe. Yeah.
But it was on Russia's side, right?
Oh my God, where was this in
Why would
the?
Russia do that to themselves?
It's really complicated. It must go through. Is it the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea? Sorry, the Baltic Sea. Let me check actually. I'm sorry. It's south of Ukraine. Is the waters that it goes through, right?
I'm gonna refill my water bottle.
Thanks. Okay, be careful.
You can push back.
Oh wait, northern. I'm sorry. No, you're good. You're sitting right.
There we go. Come get me, you goat bastards.
Oh, it is. It runs through. Oh wait, I have no idea. I thought it was through the Black Sea. Sorry, I actually have no idea where the Nord Stream pipeline goes through. But no, it must not have been because people like Germany and fucking and Sweden and Norway were all like investigating and everything. Finland, I think Norway was the one that had the less of that. But no, it was a pipeline up here through the Baltics somewhere.
Okay.
Wherever it wasn't too deep either, because apparently that pipeline was only like 200 feet into the water, I think, right?
And so you think that Ukraine.
Denmark. What were the arguments? So I've heard an argument that the United States could blow it up to make people hate Russia.
Wait, the USA blew it up?
No, these are just what the motivations are.
Okay.
I've heard people say the USA could blow it up to make people hate Russia. I've heard people say Russia blew it up because they're not sending gas through it anyway, to try to blame Ukraine. And it reveals that Ukraine blew it up to make people hate, or so that people wouldn't trade gas with Russia during the war.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
So many theories come up.
like technically, depending on how you spin it or who you're looking at, there's technically there could be a compelling reason for any side involved to blow it up. It was already like really unpopular across like Europe, although Germany, I think Germany was liked it. But I mean, who knows? It could have, yeah, fucking all three countries at the same time might have tried to describe it. I think right now, based on everything that's come out, if I'm to believe the Thug Shaker leaks, it seems pretty compelling that it was Ukrainian ordered, not from Zelensky, but from the head of his military services, and kept from Zelensky, is like the current theory. That's like the current conspiracy theory that if I were to believe in one, I would believe in that one more than anything, I think. But yeah, but that's a random. That's
Yeah. So why do you think people are so like for helping Ukraine, and then on the opposite side like so against it? Like,
why are people for and against Ukraine?
Yeah, like how, like why has it become so much of like America's issue, and like why do people seem to either be so like on one side for that, and then on the other side like I'm kind of like impartial to it. I mean, also I really don't know too much about like foreign policy and how that affects us here, but yeah, like some people seem to be really mad about it. And then other people like, no, it's like
Dude, yeah, I mean, well, in a broad sense, like the USA runs the world, okay? The state of security is really important to everybody across the world, especially the United States, especially Europe, obviously being in Europe. So when countries start to get fucked with in Europe or in the Middle East or Northern Africa, people oftentimes look to the US to say like, hey, what are we gonna do? Because the US kind of like takes point on all of that, whether it's through NATO or whether it's through the United Nations Security Council shit or whatever. But if that is so that's like on the broad sense, on the geopolitical level, like that's what the adults think. Everybody else, it's just part of like the West versus East narrative, where the West is all like gay, trans, drone operators, and the East is like the heroic, like bear wrestling, beer drinking Russians, and people have kind of like they have like projected all of their cultural, socio-political issues onto Russia and the United States, and Putin kind of speaks the language of a lot of these like red pill, matrix, conservative, whatever people, where Putin is like the West is being destroyed by too many gay people and all this shit, and so that's why like if you were to go and talk to like any red pill guy, they're probably gonna say like, oh yeah, like I think Russia's probably in the right, the United States is corrupt, Putin is fighting for Christianity and what he believes in, and the West is morally bankrupt, etc. That's the argument that Russia's made anyway about the West for a long time anyway. But.
Someone just asked me on a Hungarian, and I know the lineage of my people. What's that got to do with it? Brutally.
Hungarian.
Hungary is like very different from. I mean, it's all Eastern Europe, right? But
baby.
I don't know what the shared history between Hungary,
somebody
Ukraine,
said that. They're like, shouldn't you know you're Hungarian? I'm like, how am I?
Good. Is there There's not a teleporter here? Okay, shizzle my nizzle, dude. Critical strikes with shred deal 20%.
I don't think Vosh
damage
is like an
dealt
idiot.
as
One of the reasons why I hold him to a high
lightning
sense, I
damage
think
to
he's like
the
fairly
target
intelligent. He
enemies.
just does it for optics sometimes or whatever. But this man, this brave warrior, decided that he was gonna go headstrong, blinders on, into a debate about a sex-gender distinction.
And then you get murdered. You don't like that? Yeah. That makes it tough. That'll do it. That'll shizzle your nizzle. Kizzle frizzle. Da 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 da. Ooh, what should we listen to? Should I just throw in some random horrible Hulu show? I think I might. Oh, I actually think I. Wait, where's it? Why is my Windows button not working? Yeah. It's okay, dude. It's okay. It's because caps lock was on.
Space they really need. And when building isn't an option, turning to the real estate market.
Oh no, dude, I didn't mean it. Come on, brother.
Market can turn tiny dreams into gigantic opportunities.
This is really nice. Tiny living in Hawaii. Love this. With the view.
If a tiny home in exotic Hawaii sounds enticing, it may be within your reach. Rainforest, modern cities, outrageous beaches. When buying a property under 500 square feet, ingenuity rules and freedom follows.
Am I sitting in the living room or the dining room or both? Both.
That's tiny living, Hawaiian style.
Life is just beautiful, isn't it, baby?
High five. Life
You killed
is freaking beautiful, dude.
Connie and her Aussie husband Andrew love living in the middle of the Pacific.
We still have the same problems here in Hawaii as we do on the mainland. I mean, we still have to pay bills, we still have to go to work. But the beauty of it is when we finish, we get to jump into this beautiful turquoise water, lie on the white sand beach, get lost in the jungle.
In the 1980s, Andrew was a globe-trotting rock guitarist. But Connie was a wardrobe stylist. They met on a shoot in LA, and they've been soulmates ever since. In addition to his musical talents, Andrew's also a solid carpenter. And Connie teaches yoga. For their first 12 years in Hawaii, they've been serial renters.
So we've kind of had the full experience. Beach, jungle, in town.
They prefer the peace and privacy that comes with living in the jungle. So when their lease is up in 2 months, that's where they want to buy. They've targeted an area called Puna on the eastern side of the Big Island, and Connie's talking tiny.
We've been vagabonds for such a long time that we need a space to actually land that we can call our own. The smaller, the better.
The smaller, the better. Okay, not too small. I don't want to bounce off the walls as I walk around a bed. I'm trying to think of arm swinging. Can you even swing an arm in
You don't need to.
there?
This is all you need. This is all you need. That's all you need. We can do that in 2 square feet. You have fun. I'll see you soon. Drive safely.
Love you.
Whether the lease is ending or not, Andrew's got a recording gig in Japan, and he's keen on the album. So one of Connie's close friends from nowhere will ride shotgun on the search.
Of course I feel responsible. He's not going to be here. I'm out with my girlfriend. We're going to be shopping for houses, and, you know, we have to answer to them.
Connie's lined up a local realtor named Christy Malacote to lead the way.
The average home purchase here tends to be like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,000 square feet. But I am seeing a trend with people wanting to go tiny.
So tell me, what's your budget?
$200,000.
I'm really improving the budget here. So what are you thinking for size?
For me, I think enough is 350 square feet.
350?
Yes.
Andrew told me that he wants at least 500.
Well, that's really nice, but you know what? I know I can make 350 work. He'll be fine with it.
Hi, ladies. Welcome to the Zen.
Wow, so cute. This house is priced slightly under your budget at $160,000.
Oh, I melted.
Size-wise, you're looking at about 325 square feet.
Melted.
Might be a little small for Andrew.
We'll keep it open.
Hey, these coach crickets. These dumb goats.
The house is
Soul out?
I would love to see propane instead of electrical cooktop. I do like all the storage, but I just prefer to see everything hidden. I don't use a microwave in any capacity. I put my blender and my juicer right there, so that would work. So there's more space here as well.
Even above, I imagine you could have some hanging baskets, shelf space.
The fact that this house is $40,000 under our budget. We have the money to do the upgrades on this house. Oh, there's all kinds of shelves and everything.
Is that the fridge?
It's the fridge.
Can we fit beer in here?
Andrew, here is a huge group.
I do love all the light that comes in. Nice big window. However, I imagine his band would want more beer space and 325 square feet. You know, this is more like a enough that it is a kitchen.
Hey!
You love to cook for your husband, and you love to prepare big meals, and it just seems like there's more space needed.
We've got a nice little table for two.
This is really important for us.
What are you at?
These really cute and romantic like that. Luckily, there is room to expand this. The ceremony does require a little more space than this. So this could work really, really well. Looking out, and I see trees and greenery. Love the view. Take a look at the height. It's a really great idea in terms of the windows are up there because that's going to keep mold and the air circulating because that's so important. You see the windows and the pool. It really does make the space feel a lot bigger. That's a big space.
They got a little bit of storage under here. Drawers. I'm not really seeing a closet.
Are those hooks the closet?
Yes. Does he need a closet?
Closet thing is an issue. I would have to use probably have to build something right here.
Well, this is one challenge. I'd like to also talk about another challenge. I mean, there are no walls. So imagine he comes home from a rehearsal late at night, come into the fridge, get a beer, and he's going to come sit over here. You're sleeping, and you can hear everything. How is that going to work for you?
This is going to be really good. I would never look like this. What is that?
The bathroom.
Oh, look how sweet it is. Very cute.
Connie's trying to project how everyday life would play out for herself and her husband Andrew in a 325 square foot tiny home in Puna, Hawaii.
I love this toilet. It sounds really stupid. Elongated toilets they're ugly. This I love. Nice little round for my nice little round spot. And look how cute this sink is. Again, not very much storage. And this is definitely not emergency storage here. Even a shelf, a medicine cabinet. Probably more books. Maybe put a little closet in there too.
Where do we flush the hair? Have an outdoor shower. Oh, can we take a look? Yes, let's take a look.
Oh, this one's nice. Look, concrete slab. Like,
Is this gonna work? You having to come outside every time you want to come take a shower?
That is going to be a change for us, but I think it could work.
So here we have.
Didn't feel like it.
I like that there's a table out here that we can sit and lounge. For the outdoor experience, I'm kind of hoping for something a little bit bigger, but we're downsizing. I have to get used to this idea of being smaller. Now, I can see the property, see the road. A lot closer than I can.
Not as much practice.
I think that my neighbors get to see me naked a lot because I embarrass them. That I can grow denser plants. So there are ways around this.
43.
I really like that house a lot. It's small, but that's what I'm looking for. You know, I want that tiny experience. Andrew and I will have a really wonderful, intimate lifestyle there. You know, at $160,000, I can do a lot of improvements.
So it sounds like you're feeling confident that you'll be able to expand so that maybe Andrew won't flinch. He's wanting 500 square feet, and this is going to be tiny. There's no walls, there's no separation. Here's going to be right on top of the wall.
I think we can do it. I really do.
Christy's next pick is also in Puna, about 2 miles from the eastern coastline. If Andrew was here, he'd be perking right up.
Ladies, welcome to the property I call the Rainforest.
Look at the vibrant colors.
This house is coming in at 600 square feet.
That's so tiny.
Yes. Slightly over the budget, priced at $250,000.
So slightly.
Oh, let's keep an open mind.
Oh, wow.
All right, so you got one job.
We're outside. The jungle's so luscious. Can you hear the birds?
The flooring is nice. I love the detail of the ceiling. I like the height, but this feels like a big home almost to me.
Well, let's consider this. I actually see walls, and I don't see a bed in there.
Seem to be doing something. It's a whole like
I can't accept this as is. I'm very limited as to what I can do for improvement.
Here's our bathroom. There's a beautiful antique cast iron faucet bathtub. So cute. Check it out.
And look, there's plenty of showers too. Again, I love the sink. This one is elongated, but I know that that's how it is in most places. And look, they even have a closet.
So you have a full-size kitchen.
Wow.
Hose them down.
It is. Look at the full-size fridge.
Storefront. food in here.
And Andrew's beer.
Yes. I love the counter space. These custom tiles are really nice. I like the colors. I love the cabinets.
The cabinets are sturdy. They're gonna last a lifetime. There's a lot of storage in there, though. And
a real stove with propane. I can actually cook a real stove. Is this really the dining room? So this is a place you're gonna have to spend money. Right here. It does not say ceremony. There's no window. There's nothing. We're just sitting in a room, and this says bad meal.
the dining experience is what I felt a little bit bummed about, because it is such an important element for Connie and Andrew to have a place where they can really make magic happen with their meals.
Here's our bedroom. We have a queen-size bed and a closet. Look, check it out. Double doors. Oh, look. Hangers, and there's an armoire.
Look at the doors, look at the detail.
Bed's really comfy too. Yeah, really nice and comfy.
You can close the doors if Andrew wants to stay out in the living room and write some songs in the late hours of the night. It just feels more realistic.
But at the same time, this is not at all what I was thinking when I was thinking of living. Much smaller, much more intimate. You know, I was kind of hoping to feel that in our living space.
So ladies, let me show you the lanai. You have an entrance off the kitchen as well as the bedroom.
I like that.
Connie's rock star husband
little
Andrew
nice
left
man.
Hawaii to record an album in Tokyo.
I love you the most, Billy.
That leaves his wife Connie and their friend Tara Ann to find a tiny home.
The property sits back 200 feet from the road on 2 acres, and there are no immediate neighbors.
Howl at the moon, baby.
It does have the privacy I'm looking for. But there's really not much to this lanai. It does need upstairs. It needs to be covered. We need some railing. That other one earlier this morning, that was a nice lanai. This is more work for Andrew, and this is going to be expensive.
What do you think?
I'm loving the size. Andrew was asking for 500. This is 600. This is going to really support this transition into tiny living.
Do you have anything that may be smaller and more intimate on the inside, and maybe even have bigger property?
Sure, but it is more money.
It doesn't cost anything to look, right?
Right. Let's go take a look.
I was really surprised at how big that house was.
It felt like an actual house. How about that bathroom?
That bathroom was nice. It had that soaking tub. It had that pedestal sink. I like the fact I weren't hearing neighbors.
All I heard was the birds and the jungle life.
But the lanai wasn't covered. The wood was a little funky. It probably has to be replaced. And again, it's over budget.
Christie's next pick in Puna is 12 miles away in a remote off-grid area overlooking the Pacific.
Ladies, welcome to the getaway. Beautiful.
I love this. The view. This is great.
Size-wise, we're coming in about 500 square feet, which is exactly what Andrew was looking for. Our property's listed for $300,000.
Wow.
There's eucalyptus, robusta flooring, great lighting.
This is really nice. Much more intimate than what we saw earlier.
It is studio living. So here's the bed, little tiny sleeps. Andrew's over here having a snack or writing her a song. And so it is a little bit on top of each other. Let's feel it out.
Am I sitting in the living room or the dining room or both?
Technically both.
The living room, dining room? There's just no room for our ceremonial meals.
This could be like the breakfast ceremonial meal.
Yeah.
And then we can make something outside.
So much better.
I do love the idea of an expressive ceremonial meal, but at the same time,
Got so much of that. Dun, dun, dun.
Let's go check out the storage.
Not a lot of
Good with that,
storage
dun,
here,
dun, dun.
but that's really easy. Andrew can build himself. Floor-to-ceiling storage. Not too expensive.
It's a TV. It's a TV.
This can also be more storage as well.
Right.
What I'm not seeing is a closet. Not even a closet.
There is a tiny window in the bathroom.
This has a wardrobe. There's more than just clothing here. And again, we've got the and we've got the manpower. Bed's a little small. It's a double. Yes. Well, it's comfy. And wow, views from the bed. So you can like lying down.
Can you imagine waking up to this?
That's luxury living.
That's what people dream of in living in Hawaii. The bed alone is taking me to consider my
Having the view from any space in the house, that is really special. You don't get that very often.
So here you have silestone countertops, you have cherry wood cabinets, you have some nice drop lighting, and a skylight to bring in a lot of natural light.
The high ceilings and the light just makes this much bigger. And although there's not a physical wall, this divider, it feels like the kitchen is not in the bedroom.
And there's a lot of room to prepare food and everything.
As well as cabinets.
Yeah, lots of cabinets, up and down. Propane stove, 4 burners, and look, a real refrigerator also. I like the kitchen. For 500 square feet, I didn't really think that there was going to be a full stove and a full refrigerator and counter space to do what I needed.
Get by the thick man.
Let's take a look at the bathroom. Slate flooring. And this is this indoor-outdoor shower head house.
I love the slate on the walls. Real place to watch. It's so important.
You can access it from the lanai, so very modern standard in the house.
I know.
We have the
Yep.
same silestone
here. Antibacterial.
Yes, for that one.
Mug that I was talking about.
That's so cute. Each bathroom has been done minimally.
Ladies, here we have our outdoor lanai. Wow. So ladies, here we have our outdoor lanai. Wow.
Realtor Christy Malaco is waving something extra special under the noses of Connie and her.
I want to get away.
They're seeing.
It does wrap around in an L shape. It's 400 square feet. It's made out of Brazilian walnut.
I love how it wraps around, and yes, there is a table for ceremonial dining.
With the view?
With the view, a few lounge chairs for lounging, a hammock.
Oh, it's covered, it's complete. Now this as is a huge benefit.
Yes, this is really beautiful. The lanai is perfect. Large space.
I'm gonna be over often.
Let me show you the stargazing platform. This property is on 6 acres.
You could run naked, no one would see you.
It'd be wonderful. It's beautiful. I see where the money went, and it's worth it.
This is breathtaking, and this gives them the space that they want to.
We might have to do a little creative readjustment somehow to be able to do this, but I do love this place.
Think about it, and then give me a call.
I will.
Christy has come through with 3 tiny houses in jungle settings in Puna. Now, the hard part begins.
If you were to get rid of one, what would you choose?
It would have to be the getaway.
House 3 is magnificent. It squarely hits Andrew's size target of 500 square feet, but at $300,000, it's $100K over budget.
I like the whole idea of living there. I can picture myself there, but based on the price, it's just beyond my reach.
I agree completely.
I'm leaning towards the Zen.
House 1 is the smallest at 325 square feet and $40K under budget at $160,000. The kitchen is teeny, but it has a dramatic octagonal design.
The size is perfect. Plus, I'm saving $40,000. So there's a lot of improvements I can make on that place.
I gotta be honest with you, Connie. I would pick the rainforest.
House 2 is a roomy 600 square feet. It has a private bedroom and sits in a peaceful 2 acres of jungle landscape. The price tag is $250,000.
But that one is $50,000 over budget.
Your husband, he's not gonna be worried about the money.
What about the lanai? The wood is rotting, it needs to be replaced, and the Zen has a new lanai.
So you got a lanai, great, you can sit outside. Is that where you're gonna hang your clothes? It has a his and her hook for your wardrobe. Andrew said to not go under 500, and at 325, you're just throwing his wishes out the window.
I haven't really been considering what Andrew wants because, you know, I have tunnel vision, but...
So what are you saying?
Now that I'm taking a moment, I think the rainforest will be much better for us. There's room to grow, and I think we gotta go with the rainforest.
Really?
Let's give her a call, but you know what? You are calling Andrew to tell him that we need another $50,000.
Oh, I can't wait.
At least the rain.
9 weeks later, Andrew's back, and they've closed on the tiny house in Puna.
Looking back, I have to agree with Andrew and admit that 350 square feet may have been too small for us.
Not bad.
Still, Connie sometimes wonders if she got played somehow during the search.
You know, I think Tara Ann performed perfectly.
A little too good, if you ask me. Were you guys like in on this together?
Psychiatry 101.
Oh, you say so. Both of you.
Going tiny was a really good choice for Connie and Andrew. It is time in their life to settle down, and I just know that this is going to serve them for years and years to come.
We've been together 25 years. An extra $50,000, given the land and the privacy that we got out of this, is more than worth it.
Drop the mic.
Andrew's planning a dining room upgrade for those intimate ceremonial meals.
We could take the roof out just off of here, put up some 4x4 posts, and then screen the whole thing in. The whole premise about living in Hawaii in the first place is technically you don't live inside.
Let's go, Sophie, let's go. I like to watch the waves as it's crashing.
Looks like a painting.
It does.
Here in Puna is definitely the right place to be. Of course, I don't really want to tell everybody that because then everyone's going to want to come here.
You don't want to come here?
Yeah,
no,
it's a horrible place.
No. The weather, oh, it's hot. I mean, it's
perfect for us, but we're not normal people.
Yeah.
How's that?
Okay, so all of that stuff. Like we can.
We are right downtown. Woo! I absolutely love the location.
Angela's a rock tour manager from Kansas City,
I'm gonna fly you into Arizona.
and she's ready to go tiny.
Oh, wow. Cool. I love it.
Nice and open.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Ryan, forgot about you.
We love it.
But finding a tiny place on a tiny budget
Is it worth spending $75,000 more?
is no sure thing.
Yeah, it's your money.
The only downside would be the privacy.
It's just more space. You don't really need a second bedroom.
Couple drinks in your...
Woo! Right off the side.
Smart buyers everywhere are discovering that smaller homes mean bigger lifestyles. If you've got what it takes to live in 500 square feet or less, ingenuity rules and freedom follows. That's tiny living.
I just want to let you know that you stop. I hate you.
I totally want you to just be completely honest with me. You know that I can be pretty stubborn.
Yeah,
you know?
different perspectives.
Yeah, so I think you'll be really good for that.
Thanks, friend.
Tiny house hunter Angela and her best friend Jill have been buddies since high school. And they're both proud to call Kansas City home.
Rock Chalk Jayhawk. Kansas City, I always tell people who have never been here, is really like a hidden gem. There's tons of arts, there's tons of culture, there's loads of music, so there's tons to offer. It'll be about 11 when I pick you up.
Angela and Jill would see a lot more of each other if Angela wasn't in the music touring business.
I'm a production coordinator for a lot of really big tours, and every day we just arrive at a new city. I go in and set up the office. I'm able to go to Australia and Thailand, and I've even been to Nepal, and the list is never ending. And then I also tour manage for an Irish group called Byrne and Kelly. And I book all their shows. I've been to Ireland several times.
As anyone in the band can tell you, tiny living is a way of life on the tour bus.
Typical bunk. This is my bunk. This is where I sleep.
Where did you get 2 pillows?
I stole one from a hotel.
So I've been on the road touring for about 7 years, and that takes up most of my time, about 8 months out of the year. When I'm not out on tour, I usually just come out to my mom's and crash for a week or 2 at a time. You like having me here, right?
I love having you here, and you'll still come over all the time.
Oh, yeah. My mom loves it when I'm home from tour because we get to spend a lot of quality time together and catch
Running
up
wild
on
this
what I've been
weekend.
doing the last few months. These are my favorite no-bake cookies.
Between tours, Angela also gets to hang out with Jill.
How was the last trip out? It was good. I'm glad to be back, though.
She's been busy building a family.
baby. Are you ready for bed?
Angela's been saving money, and she's ready to buy her own chunk of Kansas City.
I think it's just better for me psychologically when I go away on tour to know that when I'm done, I can come home and have my own place. Well, I am gonna go tiny. I'm gonna go small. Tiny? Yeah. I don't really want to have to come back to something that's too big for me. So I think a smaller house just really fits my lifestyle right now.
Angela's lined up a realtor named Ryan Jones.
I just came across a perfect listing for you in Brookside.
Ryan's been working with more and more tiny home buyers every year.
I think people are choosing to go tiny for a lifestyle choice. Although it can be a bit of a process, they are almost always happy in the long run.
So my budget's about $150,000.
Okay. So what size are you looking for?
I'm looking for about 600 square feet, and I really want to be right in the city where everything's happening.
That sounds great. You know, be by the restaurants, the bar scene. Downtown would be fine.
Yeah.
Run towards death. Ryan's first pick is smack dab in the middle of downtown in an area called Rivermont.
So ladies, I'm calling this property the Loft.
And leave as quietly as you can. Once noticed haunted by these beasts,
The building dates back to 1900 and was
They call
originally
me
a patio.
Stewed Man.
In 1990, it was subdivided for residential lot space.
So the good news with this property is it's a little bit bigger than you're looking for, at 700 square feet.
Okay, good size.
But the bad news is it's a little over budget at $175,000.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, but every dollar counts.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Right.
That oven here?
Electric grill, not gas.
Yeah, gas, but I like the double sink. Some good storage as well.
Yeah, for sure. You got some
Over here. This is a great island too, isn't it?
Definitely.
I like that it leads right into the dining room and the living room here. You got the TV and the windows to see out. I really like the kitchen. The only thing it doesesn't have is the gas, but I think that's a quick fix.
Ooh, I like this cozy nook.
Yeah, this window provides really good natural light.
It's all set up for dinner. It's like I can have a little party here. Cheers.
Love it.
I can definitely see myself sitting here having breakfast, a cup of tea. It's a really nice little space.
Not too big, not too small. Just right.
Yeah, perfect. I love it.
Yeah, and right on here, you have your living room.
Okay. I love the low beach.
Yeah,
The chairs are really nice. I like the here.
and the place does come fully furnished.
Perfect.
TV's right here. Some sofa. Good spot to hang out while you're home.
And that's a pull-out couch, too.
Okay, I love that. I really like the style. It's really unique and it gives a bold statement.
It's a great space and she likes the style, but you know, if you're over budget, it doesn't allow a lot of wiggle room. When you move in, you don't know what you're getting. Pick something. So it's nice to have a change. Wow. This is like its own section.
Yeah, this is for a little office area. Yeah. Ryan, is there a closet in here?
Not only is there a closet in here, but it's a walk-in closet.
Oh, cool.
And the door functions as a bedroom door as well.
Closet space is awesome.
Yeah, there's plenty of room here.
Oh, wow.
Got the shelving.
And then it has that wonderful door that kind of solves the problem with the open living.
Here's your bathroom. Here's your bathroom.
Oh, wow. It's really close.
Oh, yeah, that's really close.
Yeah.
It's a
Good
nice
size.
Yeah.
Angela's looking for a tiny home in downtown Kansas City. And this loft space in a 1900 brick warehouse, the imagination goes.
Nice. It's got the tub,
I love this staircase. Wood steps, these wrought iron spindles.
Yeah, they're really cool.
So here is your second bedroom.
Okay.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a great size. This is a king-size bed.
But overall, it's just more space. Do you think you need this second bedroom?
I don't
Not
really
looking
need it,
too
but
good there.
it's pretty good. I can use it as an office, which would be really nice to come upstairs to work separately, and then at the end of the day, I can go downstairs, go to bed. It's a separate living space.
Yeah. I'm concerned about the size because, you know, she's on the road all the time, and you don't want her to have to feel like she's responsible for more than she needs to do while she's gone.
I think it's a great space, and it has a really unique character to it. We are right downtown. We can go outside, have a few drinks, go for dinner, and not have to drive around. It's just all right here. So I absolutely love the location.
We don't have any outdoor space.
Right outside the door is all downtown. So
That's the best part, really. You know, when I come over, you're not be able to have drinks out on your porch or in your yard.
I mean, there are a few issues with the loft, but I gotta say, I really love it. I mean, it's a really cool spot.
Yeah, it's just a little expensive.
Let's loot.
Yeah.
And a
Let's
little big.
loot.
Not too big.
Ryan's next house ticks most of Angela's boxes, but there are some trade-offs. It's south of downtown in a quieter suburban area called Waldo Homes.
We're now at a property I'm calling the Cottage.
Oh, I'm glad I came back. Feels good, man.
This
Let's
one comes with
go!
a garage, which I think you're gonna need, being that this property is about a 20-minute drive from downtown.
Ooh, that's definitely not downtown.
Yeah, but not too bad.
The good news is it's a little bit more the size you're looking for, at about 550 square feet. And the really good news is that it's under budget at $100,000.
Ooh, that's great.
That's fantastic.
I mean, you can probably stand 10%.
It's really
health
nice.
Yeah, this is adorable.
And
then-
it offers storage up above. It's really great space for it.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Extending the
Couch is nice. Ryan, does it come furnished?
It does come completely furnished.
Okay, that's good. But it is lacking in seating. It might be a little too small.
Well, I really like it. It's warm and cozy and a lot like my house.
It is a lot like your house. It's nice. I mean, I feel like you can find this in just about every catalog.
Well, are you saying you don't like my house?
No, I love your house.
I understand Angela's point with having something a little unique, but I think bringing in some fun artwork or some interesting pieces could make what she thinks ordinary be extraordinary.
The kitchen has a lot to offer with full-size stainless steel appliances, a lot of great counter space, and really good natural light.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this. And the gas stove, which is what you wanted.
Great stove. Nice big range there.
And then you've got the double sink, which is great.
And the fridge is huge.
Massive.
Full-size fridge here.
Yeah.
But is there a dining room table, Ryan?
There is no dining table, but there is countertop space, and you have 4 bar.
There's not room for a dining table. You just have the counter seating, which is not ideal.
Desk area.
Okay.
Great thing.
Yeah, looks really comfortable. Plenty of room for a laptop. So that's what I need.
Let's have a look at the bedroom.
Okay.
Sounds good. Nice bookshelves here.
Oh, I like the boudoir.
Yeah, that's great. And look, it's got a closet. Oh, that's stunning.
Yeah, it's plenty of room. The bed looks nice. Is this a full size?
That is a full-size bed.
Okay.
There's plenty of room for a queen.
Yeah, we could go bigger if we wanted to.
Yeah.
You also have a bathroom.
Oh, good. Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, this
Good
is
bathroom.
great.
Yeah.
Really nice. I like the contrast
dude.
floors.
Yeah, the tile floors are nice. Plenty of storage space here.
Yeah, it's great. Great.
Yeah, and I love the tile in the bathtub and the shower. So.
Yeah, you've got the rain shower head.
Yeah, really nice. And I love the storage up here above the door.
And empty storage. That's good.
How's it going in there, ladies?
I love it.
Let's go back inside. Take a look at that. The outdoor area has a lot to offer. Inside yard.
Yeah.
Also a nice sized deck. And this really cool repurposed barn door for a table.
Kansas City native Angela spends most of her time on the road touring with musical acts. She's hunting for a tiny place to hang her hat when she's in town.
This is great, and you can bring all the entertainment out here.
Yeah.
And also you have an additional outdoor space down here.
Great. Wow, this is a great space.
Yeah, you
got
can
lots of room.
even get more seating down here for sure.
Yeah.
But I am gone 8 months, so is this yard going to be too much for me to maintain? When I'm on the road, I'm really busy, and so it's not something that I'm going to want to stay on top of phone calls or emails to make sure someone's
Well, it's great though. It comes under a bedroom. Yeah, that's a big bathroom. Yeah, and that bedroom was great though. It had a closet in there, and then a big bathroom. And in the living room area, it's not necessarily ideal for entertaining.
We could do it a little bit more seating, but if you want to have people over for dinner, we all have some bar top, which it's cozy and all, but it also makes for awesome places for people to have a conversation. The cottage is nice, it's got a nice feel to it, but I really want to be downtown, and I don't know if it's exactly my style.
Yeah, I hear you.
Ryan's next pick is just south of downtown. It's in a vintage Kansas City area dotted with Victorian cottages and older brick buildings. There's also some newer architecture mixed in.
Here we are on the west side, which is a really up-and-coming neighborhood, only about 5 minutes from downtown.
Oh, cool. That's close.
Yeah, so I'm calling this one the Modern.
Wow. Pretty sweet. Yeah.
This one is a little bigger than you're looking for at 800 square feet.
That is pretty big. That is big. Is that even a tiny house?
The downside is it's a bit over budget, listed at $200,000.
Ooh. Well, let's have a look. It's pretty pricey.
See ya.
This is great. Nice and open. Yeah.
This one opens right into the kitchen.
Got the oven here.
Nice. If you like to cook and it's not a gas range, it's electric.
Yeah, I would prefer gas, but
still nice.
Okay. Sink's nice though. Nice deep sink. Nice big fridge.
Yeah. Store all your beer.
Yeah, plenty there.
What do you think of this big dining table that can also double as an island?
Yeah, that's true. Is it too big though?
Pretty big. Hey,
Oh,
down
hey.
there. How's
Hey.
it going?
How's it going? Pass me the salt. It's good for entertaining. It's good for when you've got several people over and you need a load of counter space. It is a nice factor in the house. There's tons of light.
Oh yeah.
I love these
Great.
massive floor-to-ceiling windows.
Nice.
It's complete opposite of a dark tour bus, which is exactly what I want.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is the one bedroom of the house.
Okay. I love the back deck.
It's like your own tree house.
Yeah, I'd love to wake up to that. Not see any houses, just trees. It's really private.
I love this space. It's great, but where's the closet?
You may not have noticed that behind these curtains here is the kitchen, and also there's a hallway here
Okay.
with
Wow.
3 closets.
Oh my goodness
So
gracious.
no closet in the bedroom, but right around the corner you get 3 closets, which is kind of part of open living.
Yeah, it's definitely very open.
Definitely open living.
Yeah, it's all just right there. It just leaves it a lot more open than I would hope for.
And here we have the bathroom.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Nice sliding door.
Yeah, that's good. I like the washer and dryer.
It's great.
Tub is good. I like all the tile.
See, some storage. Yep.
Plenty of storage. Nice big mirror.
Yeah, perfect size.
Great.
While I'm not a huge fan of all the white throughout the house, it really works well in the bathroom, keeping it clean and sleek and still has natural light, which is great.
So now we go back through the kitchen into the main living room, which also has a nice desk area.
I work from home, so the desk space is definitely important.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the windows. They're massive. Look how big they are.
Right.
The only downside would be the privacy.
That's true. Yeah, because you're way open to the neighborhood.
Exposed for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's go on upstairs and take a look at the loft.
Okay.
Great.
I like these stairs.
Yeah, great, although they're a little scary.
Couple drinks in your...
Woo! Right off the side.
Yeah.
Angela's getting her head wrapped around the wide open floor plan and fishbowl feel of this modern glass home in Kansas City.
So you do have a nice half wall here
chieftain.
that looks down onto the kitchen and an open ledge that looks down into the living room.
This could be a great space for people when they're staying over, or use it as an office or a game room. Or
Yeah, for sure.
The only problem is that it is so open, so it's not really a separate living space.
That's true.
Overall, I like that it's open, but it might be a little bit too open for me. It's a big space.
Yeah, I feel since she's single, doesn't have any children, that an 800 square foot home might be a little too big and a little too pricey.
Having a budget is important, but it's not the most important thing. You want to be comfortable in the house that you buy, so if you go a little bit over budget, that's okay, and as long as the house feels good to you.
Angela's seen 3 completely different kinds of tiny spaces, and it's time to make the call.
So what do you think? What if you had to throw one out, what would be the first to go?
The modern.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's too big for me. It's way over budget.
It is.
House 3 is a beautifully designed and stylish home, but at 800 square feet and 50,000 over budget, it's not the tiny, low-cost, low-hassle home she's looking for.
So the modern's out.
Modern's out.
2 left.
Yep. I'm leaning towards the loft. It's right downtown, which is where I want to be.
House 1 screams city living with its dramatic high ceilings, exposed brick, and wooden beams. It's a roomy 700 square feet, but it's over budget by
random.
$25K and has no outdoor space at all.
I think you should go with the cottage. I really love that property.
Really?
While House 2 is in Kansas City proper, it has a quiet suburban vibe. At 550 square feet, it's the smallest of the three, and at $100,000, it is a very relaxing $50K under budget.
I don't know. I think that's the bargain. I think that's the one you should go for. I mean, the cottage is just so cute and precious and quaint. It's just for you. You're gonna be on the road. You're just gonna come home. I don't think you're really gonna want to be out in downtown all the time. No, you love to just sit on the couch and relax and hibernate.
But it'll just be so nice to just, right when you walk out, there's a coffee shop, there's a restaurant, there's a few bars. You know, there's just a lot to offer right there.
Okay, well, we could go back and forth all day until we're blue in the face, but is it worth spending $75,000 more to be in the loft over the cottage?
I mean, when you put it that way, I knew it was over budget, but when it's $75,000 more, I don't know, it might not be worth it.
Yeah, it's your money.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right.
Okay, wait, so what are you saying?
I might have to go with the cottage, yeah.
You will? Say it again.
I think that's the smartest decision.
Oh my gosh, it's great.
Yeah.
You were so smart to bring me along.
3 months later, Angela's tiny cottage is up and running.
And do you guys have a PA system in-house? Okay, perfect. Does that come with an engineer? Life in the tiny house is fantastic. I love it so much. Going under budget was definitely the right decision for me because I have a little bit of money to spend upgrading the things that I really think are important.
Angela did sacrifice a little bit with style, but she found a great local artist to fill her bare walls, and it really adds that nice funk and flair that she was looking for.
Yeah, we'll need someone to run the lights as well. I really wanted to be close to downtown, but I'm about 20 minutes away, which hasn't been that much of a problem as I thought it would be. And it's not so bad having to take a nice drive through Kansas City.
So when are you going on the road again?
In 4 weeks. So that'll be a good amount of time that I can get settled in.
You're going to miss it.
Yeah, it'll be tough to leave. Given that I live such a fast-paced lifestyle on the road, it is really nice to be able to come home and kind of live outside the city where it's a little bit more relaxed.
This is great. I love how you did the chairs and the table. Looks awesome.
It's a quiet neighborhood, so I've really grown to love it. How's the baby doing?
Baby's wonderful.
Good. Going tiny has been really great for me. Gonna get the famous guac out for everybody. It's allowed me to buy my own little piece of land in Kansas City, and it's not too big that I can't handle it when I am away on tour.
Yeah.
I don't have any more wine glasses in my tiny house. It still allows me to open my suitcase, hang up my clothes, and have a place to call home.
Well, it turned out really well. I love the artwork.
Yeah, the artwork's really great. Brittany did a great job.
Yeah, it really spices it up a little bit.
Come back.
Cheers.
Cheers. Great tiny house.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Burbs.
Whether the goal is owning that first home or even a vacation getaway in a far-flung location, hopeful homeowners everywhere are questioning how much living space they really need. And when building isn't an option, turning to the real estate market can make tiny homeowning dreams come true in a big way.
And then if you want to take a look, it's a vintage 1920s built-in desk.
I could definitely see myself sitting here.
If you've ever wanted to live the simple life in a tiny space, you'll be amazed. Wilderness locations, urban habitats. When buying a property under 500 square feet, ingenuity rules and freedom follows.
This is a little tight.
I think it looks like a perfect fit.
That's tiny living.
She's smiling so big.
Drew Smith is a Navy man who met his bride-to-be Libby during a chance encounter back in their home state of Virginia.
We had some mutual friends, and they ended up inviting us over to her Christmas party.
He showed up in a tacky Christmas sweater, and it wasn't a tacky Christmas sweater party. So.
I think I missed that memo.
After recently tying the knot, Drew's job as a Navy physician relocated them and their 2 dogs, Lucky and Lily, into a downtown apartment in San Diego.
We really need to get a house with a yard. It'd be so nice to just open your door and just let the dogs out. Drew and I have been living downtown, and it's been a little difficult with 2 dogs. It's been hard not having our own yard.
We've had to travel to lots of different dog parks, beaches, to get them space to run around, so it's been a challenge.
With the average home prices in San Diego hovering around $500,000, buying a house near the beach is too pricey for their $450,000 budget. And they'd like a smaller place that's around 700 square feet.
It's such an expensive real estate market out here in San Diego that I think it's really vital that we go tiny. Don't you think we can stretch the budget a little bit?
I don't know. I think 450 should be our max. I don't think we can go over it. I would really like to have something that's move-in ready. I don't really want to do a lot of work.
We might be able to find one with some vintage charm, though. It doesn't have to be completely updated. Drew and I differ a little bit on style. I'm really looking for a house with a lot of charm, and his style is a lot bigger and bolder.
Drew's hospital is located at Navy Base San Diego, the largest Navy base in the U.S. It's right along the city's downtown harbor with lots of restaurants and cultural attractions nearby. So, to keep the commute short and stay near the action, the Smiths have pinpointed an historic residential area they like called North Park. It's just up the freeway from downtown, has a wide mix of styles, and is adjacent to historic Balboa Park. Mitra Amame is a local realtor who will help the Smiths navigate North Park's real estate market.
I really love the efficiency of living in a tiny home and really not accumulate that much stuff, which is a really nice way to live.
House 1 was built in the 1920s and has undergone a recent renovation that saved a lot of the original details.
This is a Landis. It's very close to the park, which I knew Libby really liked.
Oh, that's so nice. We can walk the dogs there.
So it's coming in at $500,000, and it's 700 square feet.
That's about 50,000 over our budget.
I know, but it's a good size. Oh, it's nice.
And it's really unusual to have a dedicated living room in a tiny house.
I love the hardwood floors. These are nice.
These are fairly new wood floors. The past owners replaced them all throughout the home. And then over on your right, Libby, if you want to take a look.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's perfect for you.
It's a vintage 1920s built-in desk.
I could definitely see myself sitting here and pulling up a chair and doing some work over here. And I love this big door. We could just open these up and have a big indoor-outdoor living space.
And you get a great cross breeze there, so it's great for the San Diego weather.
I wish that the kitchen was open to this living space. I love to be in the kitchen cooking and talking to my guests at the same time. I can tell right away that the house is going to be bright and light and airy. It's a real indoor-outdoor feel, which I love.
So here we have the formal dining room, which again is really unusual for a tiny house. It's got some great vintage features.
I can see us having dinner parties here.
It's a tiny house, but there's lots of rooms that I can see us using.
Look how much light comes through these windows. It's so bright.
You know, these windows, they're not really energy efficient. I think we'd have to replace those, and that's more money, and we're already over budget. The one thing I don't like are the windows. I just don't like the style of them.
So here you have a vintage kitchen. The great thing about this kitchen is it has a ton of cabinet space, so a lot of storage.
My favorite thing is how open it is. I love the color of the backsplash and all the little vintage details it has.
This kind of looks like my grandmother's kitchen.
If you don't like this tile, then why are you wearing the exact same color?
Mitra, where's the dishwasher?
There isn't a dishwasher.
The dishwasher's right here.
I don't know about that, hon.
But there is a huge farm sink with ample space to do dishes.
Oh, it's so cute. I really love the vintage feel of the kitchen, and I love the color of the backsplash. It's very California.
The only thing I liked in the kitchen was the sink, but everything else needs to go.
Well, here is the master bedroom. It's got a great feature of the window coverings, which are plantation shutters. They're very energy efficient.
That'll be huge having those savings.
Yeah, I really like these. They add a lot of character to the room.
And it's got a custom closet already built in for Libby's shoes.
I think all my stuff can fit in there. I don't know what you're gonna do.
It's a pretty good size. I was really hoping to fit our California King in here, though. I don't know, it's a little tight for that.
Master bedroom had a decent-sized closet, which is almost what you get in a tiny house. And I also liked the plantation shutters. I thought they were a really unique feature. Oh, it's so nice and bright in here.
This is a perfect space for a second bedroom. Like great room outside.
When our friends and family are living on the East Coast, this will be a perfect place for them to stay.
You guys ready to see some more?
Oh, I love all the details in here, Drew.
Wow, this is really nice.
Look at this beautiful clawfoot tub. You like to take baths?
Let me try it out.
Okay. Let's see if you fit.
I don't know about this. Yeah. know about that. I didn't fit in the tub, and it would just be another renovation to add to the list. This is a little tight.
I think it looks like a perfect fit.
I don't know about that.
The Smiths love San Diego's North Park neighborhood, and this restored 1920s Craftsman has original built-ins and all the vintage charm Libby is after. But even though Drew likes the idea of downsizing their life into 700 square feet, he's still a big dude.
Looks good. Looks
All right, let's get you on out of there. I really loved all of the details in the bathroom, especially the closet tub and the tile work.
I disagree. I think there's just too much work to be done. Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
It may be a tiny house, but it comes with a big bathroom.
Keisha, this is beautiful. I love this outdoor entertainment area. I could totally see all our friends hanging out here. And I love the yard. The dogs are gonna really enjoy it. And look at that cute hummingbird over there.
Yeah, I love the space. I guess the downside to that is a lot of maintenance as far as trimming the gardens, and then water bills. You know, it can add up and be pretty expensive.
I think the outdoor space in this house is perfect. It has a big entertaining area and grass for the dogs. It's really everything we wanted.
The only downside to it is it requires a lot of maintenance. The house needed lots of updates. Like the kitchen and the bathroom both needed renovation. It's not in our budget.
I don't think the landis needs any work at all. I just loved all of the charm of the house, and it was so vintage. It was exactly my style. Not to mention that big back deck where I could definitely see the friends, and it had that great space for the dogs.
Another option in the North Park area is to move closer to Balboa Park than House Wing. The historic park was founded in 1868, and most of the buildings along this wide promenade feature architecture in the Spanish colonial style. Dotting its 1,200 acres, visitors also discovered 16 unique museums.
So guys, how you liking the neighborhood?
I love it. It's so close to Balboa Park.
And it looks really walkable.
So here we have the Colonial. It's $450,000, so right in budget. It's 600 square feet, and it's got an attached garage.
I love this fence. This would be perfect for the dogs.
Yeah, great space for them.
I immediately noticed the picket fence. It looks like something we'd find at home in Virginia. It adds a lot of charm to the house.
We're hoping to get a house that's about 700 square feet. It's a little bit smaller.
Here's the open floor plan you're looking for. It's got the updated windows that are going to transition.
Oh my gosh, is this a wood-burning fireplace?
Yes, it is. It's a working fireplace.
I don't know that I would put the couch right there, but we do have a couple of big chairs we could maybe reconfigure.
You put them like there and there, even though you can't see the TV then, so you have to figure that out. But
This house has a really open layout that really appeals to me.
I really like the energy efficient windows. They're already in place and they don't need to be renovated.
Look at all this counter space.
This is what I'm talking about. This is updated. Look at these nice new cabinets, the granite countertops. You even got a dishwasher, which is perfect.
For a tiny home, it's not a tiny kitchen.
Not at all.
The only thing is, where's the dining area?
Well, one idea is to put a bistro table here with chairs.
I like to cook and entertain guests at the same time, and this tiny space is not going to work for us, I don't think.
I really like the updated appliances and the granite countertops and the new cabinets. There's really nothing that needs to be done there.
The kitchen is so big for a tiny house. I could definitely see myself cooking in there, but there's really no designated area and entertainment.
So the current owners are using this as a formal dining room. But it is technically a second bedroom.
nice
puzzle. I think the reason why it works is because you have these beautiful French doors that open up to the living room, and it just creates like more of an open space.
I do like the French doors. It adds a lot of character. But we really wanted a second bedroom for one friend and family to visit, and using it as a dining room, it's not what we had in mind.
The second room's a little awkward. I was really hoping to use that as a bedroom or a place for storage.
We knew we were going to have to compromise on some things, but we didn't really realize how much we could compromise.
Here you have your updated bathroom.
The Smiths are checking out another renovated Craftsman home with good 20th century bones in San Diego. And Drew likes how the original details in this option have been replaced with more contemporary materials. At 650 square feet, it's right on budget at $450,000.
This is a huge bathroom for a house.
This is just what I wanted. The granite countertops, nice cabinets. I mean, this is done. There's no renovation here.
I really like how this area is separate from the bathtub.
I still wonder if I can fit into that tub.
I don't either.
All right, guys, let's check out the master.
Okay, well, I think this could work for us. It's nice and bright in here.
And it's got a really generous closet.
I don't know if we could fit the California King, but we could stick to a queen.
Bedroom. The space is a little small.
I'm realizing that since the houses are so small, we really have to create a big space.
So I'm really excited to show you this.
It's pretty big.
And the great thing is it's low maintenance and cost effective because you won't have to water anything.
I like that. I love this sunshade. This would be perfect for us.
Yeah, we could put a big table out here and entertain guests. I do wish there was a little bit of grass for the dogs to run and play on.
I really like the outdoor space because it requires little to no maintenance.
It does have a nice fenced yard for the dogs. I do wish it had some green space for them to run and play.
The one nice thing about it is it's right on budget for us, but I'm really hoping to have a second bedroom for the storage and potentially for when our family and friends come to visit. I think it might be a little unusual to use a bedroom. It's just not what I think.
With the last place giving the Smiths some layout issues, Mitra thinks she's got something that's sure to impress. And it's 45K.
Guess you're getting ahead for tomorrow.
Hey, guys. How do you like the neighborhood? It's nice to be on a cul-de-sac. It's really private. So I'm excited to show you this house. It's called the Oasis. Coming in at $425,000, so it's under budget.
Perfect.
And it's a little bigger for a tiny house at 750 square feet.
Oh, wow.
Perfect.
It's nice and spacious.
So let's go check it out.
All right, can't wait to see inside. Look at this space.
So it's got a huge living room.
Yeah, this is a massive couch. I'm pretty confident we can fit our furniture in here.
And it's got huge picture windows.
This is really nice. This house sits really high.
Is that downtown? Nice.
And I like this mantle. We could really personalize it, add some nice charm to the space.
And it's got a TV for each of you.
I love that. This is perfect for me. I can see myself spending a lot of time here, I think.
I can too, Drew. I'm not sure about this carpet, though.
Oh, that's an easy fix. The original hardwoods are underneath, so you can just pull up the carpet and refinish it.
Yeah, that would be probably better for the dogs.
I really enjoyed all of this space. There was 2 TVs, and I could really see myself spending a lot of time there.
The style of this house is very bold and masculine because it's just like a big man cave.
This is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Lots of
Baby!
kitchen.
You have a small TV. This is perfect.
I do like how this space is open to the living room.
It's also got a dining area just off the kitchen.
Gosh, this looks a little tight, Drew. It's okay for the 2 of us, but we certainly couldn't have our friends over here.
Honey, I don't know. I could get used to this. I think we can make this work. All of the appliances were new, and it looked like there was little to no work that would need to be done. And plus, there's a little TV in there, so I don't have to miss any TV time.
The kitchen in this house is a little bit eclectic for my taste. I just wish there was a bigger designated dining space.
Here's the master bedroom.
Okay, Mitra, this is huge.
It's one of the bigger bedrooms I've seen in a tiny house.
This is a big space. I think we could fit our California King in here.
And a couple of side tables.
And look, hon, another TV. It's pretty nice.
There you go. Master bedroom does have that carpet I despise, but at least it has 2 closets that are pretty adequately sized.
All right, guys, here's the bathroom.
Oh, wow. This is totally updated.
Yeah, and it's a really nice size.
I think I could even fit in that tub.
This is the second bedroom. They have it set up as an office right now, but it's easily converted into a bedroom.
Love 45. Let's go.
I think so.
Well, really excited to show you guys the outside, so let's go.
Hey.
Oh, let's go.
Whoa, this is awesome. There's a pool.
Woo!
Whoa, this is awesome. There's a pool. I could do laps in there.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest pools I've seen in a California home.
In sunny San Diego, the Smiths didn't originally want a pool, but now that Mitra has whipped one up with this modern home for $425,000, it's an enticing option.
And Libby, this is your outdoor dining room.
This would be great for entertaining.
And over there is a grassy area for the dogs.
They would love that space.
And there's another space for you guys to hang out.
Oh my gosh,
Wow.
this would be so relaxing.
I was blown away by the size of the backyard. I could see Libby and I spending a lot of time outside, enjoying the deck and enjoying the large pool.
The pool is a nice surprise, but it's going to be very expensive to maintain.
With a lot of good options near downtown San Diego to sort out, Libby and Drew find a quiet bench in historic Balboa Park and start hashing out their final decision.
So let's see if we can narrow down the list. I think both of us are kind of up in the air about what to do with that second room in the Colonial.
House 2 is an updated pre-war option that's right on budget at $450,000. A picket fence protects a grassy front yard for the dogs, and Drew liked the modern updates inside.
Let's move on to the Landis and the Oasis. I think we should go with the Landis. I could totally see us there.
House 1 is another pre-war that's over budget by $50K. A recent restoration saves some original built-ins and the overall historic character of the place.
It has all the vintage charm that I love.
The Oasis just had so much to offer.
House 3 earns its Oasis nickname for its party-ready pool and outdoor lounge. And the best part is that it's $25K under budget.
And the house is bigger than all the other houses.
But think about the Landis. All the details in the house add so much to the style. The tile work in the bathroom, that clawfoot tub, and the wooden front doors that open to the outside really create that indoor-outdoor living that I love.
Yeah, and going big-time debt. That house is way over our budget. I really love the Oasis. The outside space was just unbelievable. That pool, that huge deck, and the views were incredible.
You're the one that was concerned about the landscape in the Landis, but you're talking about a pool that would require a ton of maintenance. Maybe we should reconsider the Colonial. It's kind of a good compromise. It does have an open floor plan that I really like.
And the location is ideal, close to the park.
I know we're not sure what to do with that second room, but maybe we should use it as a dining room until we have family and friends come to visit.
It's move-in ready, and it's the perfect price.
I think the Colonial's our house.
I think so.
The Smiths decide to resurrect House 2 as a great budget-friendly compromise.
Cheers to our first house.
We really love this place. It's worked out great for us. It was on budget, which was a big thing for me, and it's updated, so there's no work to be done, which has been great. And I've been surprised at how big this place feels, having the front yard and the backyard and the open concept of this house.
We got the porch we wanted, the space that we need.
This is a perfect front yard for the two of them.
One issue that we had with this house was the lack of a designated eating area, but we ended up using the second room as the dining room, and when friends and family come to visit, we're just gonna put a air mattress in there and it'll be the perfect space for them.
There's no way we could have done this downtown. Being able to be out here with the fire pit, this nice patio.
Even though we didn't recognize it right away, this ended up being the perfect home for both of us.
Interesting.
The footprint
So when
of the
you're
home is
flipping
smaller than we
in and out of
originally
it-
wanted, but since we use the outdoor space so frequently, it ended up fitting our lifestyle really well. Lily, do you like the backyard? You do?
Going tiny has been great for us.
It had its challenges, but we have no regrets.
Lucky, what do you think, bud? Are you a fan? Do you approve?
I think he does.
Yeah.
Stunned, max life. Trauma, spirit costume.
For the 21st time, chefs from all over America will be competing to be the one chosen by Gordon Ramsay as the next great chef.
Yo, I'm excited!
Where's everybody from?
crap. I'm Vlad. I'm from Chicago. So I've worked at a lot of fine dining establishments that have Michelin stars, James Beard awards.
Exciting. This is exciting.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm ready for it. You know, cocky, confidence, tomato, whatever you want to call it. You know, I've paid my dues. I'm here to win.
I already know the girls are gonna kill it anyway.
Yeah, the girls are so.
Honestly, girls are always on top of. Hell yeah. The fact that Hell's Kitchen is in Los Angeles, this is my hood. It's where I grew up. It's where my.
Whether the goal is owning that first home or a vacation getaway in a tropical paradise, hopeful homeowners everywhere are questioning how much living space they really need. And when building isn't an option, turning to the real estate market can turn tiny dreams into gigantic opportunities.
This is really nice.
Tiny living in Hawaii. Love this. With the view.
If a tiny home in exotic Hawaii sounds enticing, it may be within your reach. Rainforests, modern cities, outrageous beaches. When buying a property under 500 square feet, ingenuity rules and freedom follows.
Am I sitting in the living room or the dining room or both?
Both. That's tiny living, Hawaiian style.
Life is just beautiful, isn't it, baby?
High five. Life is freaking beautiful, dude.
Connie and her Aussie husband, Andrew, love living in the middle of the Pacific.
We still have the same problems here in Hawaii as we do on the mainland. I mean, we still have to pay bills, we still have to go to work. But the beauty of it is when we finish, we get to jump into this beautiful turquoise water, lie on the white sand beach, get lost in the jungle.
In the 1980s, Andrew was a globe-trotting rock guitarist. Connie was a wardrobe stylist. They met on a shoot in LA, and they've been soulmates ever since. In addition to his musical talents, Andrew's also a solid carpenter, and Connie teaches yoga. For their first 12 years in Hawaii, they've been serial renters.
So we've kind of had the full experience. Beach, jungle, in town.
They prefer the peace and privacy that comes with living in the jungle. So when their lease is up in 2 months, that's where they want to buy. They've targeted an area called Puna on the eastern side of the Big Island, and Connie's talking tiny.
We've been vagabonds for such a long time that we need a space to actually land that we can call our own. The smaller, the better.
The smaller, the better. Okay, not too small. I don't want to bounce off the walls as I walk around a bed. I'm trying to think of arm swinging. Can you even swing an arm in there?
This is all you need. This is all you need. That's all you need. Look, we can do that in 2 square feet. You have fun. I'll see you soon. Drive safely.
Love you.
Whether the lease is ending or not, Andrew's got a recording gig in Japan and can't be in on the house hunt. So one of Connie's close friends from yoga will ride shotgun on the search.
Of course I feel responsible. He's not gonna be here. I'm out with my girlfriend. We're gonna be shopping for houses and, you know, we have to answer to him.
Connie's lined up a local realtor named Christy Malacote to lead the way.
The average home purchase here tends to be like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,000 square feet. But I am seeing a trend with people wanting to go tiny.
So tell me, what's your budget?
$200,000.
Okay.
I really want to stay on budget here.
Okay. Good to know. So what are you thinking for size?
For me, I think enough is 350 square feet.
350?
Yes.
Andrew told me that he wants at least 500.
Well, that's really nice, but you know what? I know I can make 350 work. He'll be fine with it.
Okay.
Hi, ladies. Welcome to the Zen. Wow, it's so cute. This house is priced slightly under your budget at $160,000.
Oh, I like that.
Size-wise, we're looking at about 325 square feet.
Ooh, that might be a little small for Andrew.
Oh, we'll keep an open mind.
Oh, look how sweet. The house opens up to the kitchen.
I love these granite tiles. I would love to see propane instead of electric cooktop. I do like all the storage, but I just prefer to see everything hidden. Microwave. I don't use a microwave in any capacity. I put my blender and my juicer right there, so that would work. So there's more space here as well.
And then above, I imagine you could have some hanging baskets or even some shelf space.
The fact that this house is $40,000 under our budget, we have the money to do the upgrades on this house. Oh, there's all kinds of shelves and everything under here.
Is that the fridge?
It's the fridge. Can we fit beer in here? Andrew, beer is a food group.
I do love all the light that comes in. It's a nice big window. However, I imagine his band would want more beer space at 325 square feet. You know, this is more like a nook than it is a kitchen.
Yeah, you have a point.
You love to cook.
That goes with that. It's really cute. I was 16 when I was pregnant.
No.
Pregnant, 17 when I had my daughter, my first daughter. And I think my being in the same situation as Lily helped my, feelings about Lily being pregnant so young. I mean, it was shocking. I was shocked. I was sad for her. I was really just not expecting it. It's definitely a weird thing to me that I'm not talking about prom dresses with Lily and that we're talking about breastfeeding. It just blows my mind that, we're skipping over that. You're gonna come to childbirth classes with us.
Childbirth?
Birth, yes, like labor.
No.
Yes, you are.
No.
You have to be there to help her.
Like, I'm the middle child, so, I was taken care of and I took care of. So Lily's, probably only took care of a baby doll. So she thinks we both need it, and I got sucked into it. And I already know whatever we're gonna have to do. I think that's bull. I don't want to go at all.
When she's in labor, I'll be there to help with what I can, but she's gonna rely on you for all the support, in the room.
We don't need classes, though.
So you just think that you can just walk into the hospital like you've been through childbirth 100 times and you know what to do?
I have 7 brothers and sisters.
Okay, but you weren't in the room when they were birthed. I'm just really concerned that James isn't interested in going to the class, he's never had a baby before, so he doesn't obviously know what to do. There's a lot of stuff he needs to learn for this big day coming up, and, I'm just really concerned that he doesn't seem like he needs to know any of this information. So I'm gonna sign you guys up for the class.
No.
Because you don't get it. Like when someone's having your baby. We're gonna go to the class. We'll go to the class, we'll sign up.
I've never been to one because I've never had to think about giving birth before. So I'm not really sure what we're expecting. Going into labor hurts more than being shot or stabbed.
You didn't even go into labor yet.
Okay,
How do you know that?
Because it's like a statistic. Okay, it's a statistic.
Yeah.
We're going.
I don't want to.
This could happen any day.
It's so scary. I'm so nervous.
Sleeping Beauty's awake. You're about to have a baby. Maturity level needs to kick in here.
I'm already irritated today. I'm not trying to do none of this.
How are these two going to have a baby? So we had a false alarm. Lexus, we thought, was in labor, but thank God that the baby didn't come because these two were not prepared. So today we need to get our bags packed. Let's get prepared. Who knows when this baby can come.
Do you have a special drawer for the onesies, Alexis?
For onesies?
Yeah, because you got so many
top
of them.
drawer.
The top one.
She's just got everything in order here, don't she, Mom? There's such a strong connection between all of us as the fact that I know exactly what Lexus is going through because I was a teen mom myself. And then my mom is a teen mom as well.
My name is Robin. I am Kelsey's mother and Alexis's grandmother, and I was also a teen mom after I found out. I couldn't believe it was happening all over again.
You're like, oh my God, my child did this. Oh my God, her child did this. I think it was definitely a shocker for all of us.
Yeah, so this time Scarlett's gonna break the cycle of being a teen mom. She's not going
we're gonna break that cycle.
anyways, right?
Yeah, I hope.
I'm going to try everything in my power to make sure that that does not happen.
You too. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't on birth control.
Yeah.
Not blaming anyone. I laid down and made a baby.
Well, yeah. Alexis has seen how hard it's been for me to be the teen mom. And, you know, I thought she had the understanding. She always would tell me, you know, I don't want to be teen mom. I want to live my youth years. I want to go to college and do these things. And when she did, just like everything just flashed in front of my face. Like that's all gone for her, I felt like. Because I never got to go on to college. I just kind of settled for what I had to do and worked in and out of the restaurants and had to work my way through. But Alexis, you know, she does have goals. She does have dreams. So what bag are you using to take?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, this is her diaper bag.
This could happen any day, so you want to make sure.
So scary. I'm so nervous.
Are you?
Yeah.
Is this like really like hitting
like
you?
I'm actually packing her bag.
Hey,
Like-
there we go. Okay, so
I want to cry.
do that.
You're gonna make me cry. Like stop. Seriously. Knowing that she. Why are you crying? I don't know. It's so surreal that she's having a baby, and she's almost here. It does. It kind of just hit.
It hit when I opened the bag. I was like, oh my god. I've been talking about packing her bag for so long, like, and what I'm gonna bring, and I'm like, oh my god, her outfits are so cute, and now it's like actually here, and it's like really about to happen, and like I'm actually packing her bag. Whew.
I'm nervous of taking care of a newborn again. Like, I feel like this is going to be, you know, I'm becoming a new mom again or something. That's what I feel like. I mean, I'm still young enough I can have kids. I want more kids. And caring for a newborn and everything, I'm really nervous about it. All right. So now we need to get Shaden so he can get the swing put together, get the car seat out.
Yeah. Shaden doesn't live here, but he stays here some nights because it's closer to his job and he doesn't have a driver's license yet. My mom doesn't like it
That's so much.
because she doesn't want to think of us like living together. But, I mean, whatever. Sleeping Beauty's awake.
Is it nap time? This is not his home and he does not live here. I let him stay for 2 nights a week because I know his mom lives 45 minutes away, but we've had conversations what happens when the baby comes. Where's Shaden gonna live? What's he doing? And I'm like, and I've said this from day one. No, Shaden's not moving in with us. It's not happening. You guys are not gonna be moving in and living with each other. My daughter, that won't happen until my daughter turns 18. Sorry, that's what happens when you go and impregnate a 15-year-old girl. What do you expect?
So they're always gonna be
My aunt told you.
slow.
You just had to get the most complicated thing.
I did not. Hey. So what's this thing?
Oh no, this is supposed to go right here somehow.
I know, that's what I'm trying to do. Mom, I don't think that's right.
They can do it.
Try to see.
Why are you getting mad? They're trying to figure
Because
out.
I'm already irritated today. I'm not trying to do none of this.
I don't like to see the anger or the issues and like, kind of like, of course, that I'm mom and you're in my house. Like, hold up here.
I'm his support system. I'm his rock. I'm the one who keeps him sane.
We have intruders
So
in
he
the
does
living
take
room.
His stress out on me sometimes, and I know that's not good. But when you don't have anyone else to talk to, and I'm the only one, I understand.
You're gonna get that. Yeah, but I mean, he's a 17-year-old kid, so I see differently.
Why'd you drop that in the hallway? He picked it up.
I was 15 and pregnant with you, and me and her dad lived together. I don't want that for her. I really don't. I think it just threw me into, it was just not really what I want for her and not what I'm gonna allow to happen.
I've been a nurse since 2004, and now I'm teaching Lamaze.
Nobody in our family ever took his lives. Ever. Monique didn't take it, Brittany's not taking it, my mom never took it with 7 kids and we're all fine. I know I'm always gonna be supportive to Lily, but like, the Lamaze class is not something that I wanted to do. I guess because nobody in my family ever took it. I took care of my little siblings and I already know whatever we're gonna have to do, so I think it's a waste of time.
A lot of women do take it.
A lot of women don't baby. It's bullshit. It's to spend money. That's what it is.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's just to
It
learn,
is.
like,
No, it is.
how do we know what to expect when we give birth? I just wish that James would be more open and like, okay, well, you've never been to a birth class, so how do you know that it's like a stupid waste of money? You don't, so like, just go try it. And I wish that he would just, even if he thinks it's totally stupid, like, just do it for me and your baby.
This is my little PowerPoint presentation, so you can follow along if you like. So why don't you guys introduce yourselves? Let me know, is it your first baby?
Josh.
And this is our second, but our first in 10 years.
Ah, so you're starting all over.
So we're halfway to happiness with a little girl.
I'm Lily. This is
We're
Mom's
always
first baby.
immobilized.
His first baby too, and it's a girl.
Girl? And how many weeks are you?
27.
27.
Wow. During my labor and delivery, I want my mom to be there and I want James to be there in the room. Everybody else can come in after, but I think it's really important that I have my mom there. And of course, James will be there because it's his daughter and it's his first kid and it's my first kid. It's our kid, so.
We're also gonna do swaddling, just jiggling the baby like the baby's still inside your belly. Walking up the steps today. The baby felt all that as you were walking up the steps. So that's what we're trying to mimic. In the first 3 months of life, we're trying to mimic that, you know, womb. And so swaddling the baby, jiggling the baby.
James had to leave in the middle of class to switch cars with his mom. I guess she had texted him and said that she was close or something like that, so he had went out to wait for her in the parking lot.
All right, so now we're gonna do the swaddling. So you want baby like right in front of you. And then you're gonna tuck it right under. Yeah. And then what's the next step? Up. Yeah. And you're gonna bring it up and then tuck that under.
Bruce.
Yep.
Lay down. Butthead.
James is missing some pretty good parts of class, like learning how to swaddle the baby and the whole diaper changing thing. And it's kind of making me upset because I feel like this is really good things that we should know, especially him as a dad, and it just stinks that he's missing out on it.
Great having you all here. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
I just felt really upset that he couldn't just like pull through for me and commit to it.
It's just really hard to be the mom and see your daughter, you know, who's having a baby, be that upset. Hey, Lil, can I come in? Yeah, I can't hear you.
Up to 30%.
What?
Do we still have
Oh.
one?
Who are you talking to? I'm really disappointed. You know, I hope it's not a sign of things to come. You know, it's not what a mom wants for her daughter. Nobody wants this. So I'd rather not have him in her life at all than to see him hurting her like this. So it's pretty much mom's worst nightmare.
So are we doing a conjoined baby shower? Because, you know, Mom keeps asking about that. I just don't know how to respond to my mom asking for a joint baby shower.
She tried to make you feel guilty about it?
Sometimes.
I was completely shocked. This was all supposed to be about Michaela. It should be like a happy, exciting time, and no one should be making her feel bad.
Hey! Hi, you all ready to plan a baby shower?
Yep.
All right.
It's really nice that so many people are planning my baby shower. My grandma, my great-grandma, my Aunt Rochelle, and my boyfriend's mom, Shelly.
Yeah, I figured like a 2-tier cake and then cupcakes.
She wants chocolate cake.
Oh,
with
okay.
like blue icing in the middle for boy.
So you want all chocolate?
No, the cupcakes can be something else.
Like vanilla?
Yeah.
Chocolate and vanilla?
Anything else you wanted to say or contribute to your shower?
I'm trying to think.
Other than chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake.
That's really chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake.
That's okay.
Okay, this will be interesting.
Was there anything else you want to talk about before we make you leave?
Okay, yeah.
Quite
so are we
the
doing
change.
a conjoined baby shower? Because mom keeps asking about that.
Quite exciting, though. All right.
My grandparents raised me, so my
Going
mom
down.
missed out on a ton of things in my
Going to see
life.
Mom and
But
Rob.
me and my mom have definitely
Let's go.
gotten a lot closer since she's been pregnant, and since her life has been right, she finally feels like she can invite me into it.
When did you have that conversation with her? Because we've been talking about the baby shower now for a couple weeks, right?
Yeah, I just had this conversation with her 2 days ago.
I definitely feel like Shannon is very selfish. How can you decide to make another child when 2 of your children aren't raised by you?
What do you think?
I told her I wouldn't like that. I just don't know how to respond to my mom asking for a joint baby shower because I don't want her to feel left out in any way. But then again, it's kind of like this is my first baby and this is her 4th, so you're not really supposed to have a baby shower for your 4th baby. But yeah, it was just kind of awkward.
Did she try to make you feel guilty about it? I mean, I know you don't want to hurt your mom's feelings, but, you know.
Yeah.
And you really bring it up that it's, we're going in on this together.
Right, that's why we did discuss it.
And I don't really know her, and, so like my family doesn't know her, so. I was completely shocked that a joint baby shower was even mentioned. I mean, I didn't even have a baby shower for my 2nd child. This was all supposed to be about Michaela, and I feel like it put Michaela in an awkward position because she doesn't want to hurt her mom's feelings, no matter what has gone on ever, but it should be like a happy, exciting time, and no one should be making her feel bad.
Strangers in the camp.
Mom, I'm so excited! Oh my god! I think this is the happiest you've been this whole pregnancy.
So Dr. Tolles told me that I was on centimeter 56% base. So she tells me, I think I'm gonna have you go into labor and delivery tonight at 8 o'clock for an induction. And I'm like, what?
I could like do freaking cartwheels right now. Probably not. I'd probably fall backwards. But like I could like legit like,
Right now, Alexis is at her doctor's appointment. I'm pretty sure she's finding out if she's dilated or not, or if maybe her beverage thing. I have no idea. She's so smart about this stuff. I'm just good at taking care of the kids. I don't know nothing about the pregnancy.
oh my god! I just want to touch Aiden.
Guess what?
You're dilated.
Yeah, and also guess what?
You said your induction day.
Guess what day?
May 6th.
No, tonight.
Rosmer's description
Holy.
of the ritual was difficult to understand.
We have to go back to Lafayette at 8
And the
o'clock
notes weren't
tonight.
much better. I think I know how to talk
So
with
we
my
will have a
mother
baby
again.
by tomorrow on May 2nd. Why are you being silent?
Happy?
Oh, you're happy? You don't know what to say?
No.
You're speechless?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have a freaking baby tomorrow.
The breeze coming from the Black Lake. Do you feel it? Let's hurry.
I love you.
Oh, he was super excited. He couldn't even talk. He didn't even know what to say. I wonder what his face looked like. Just get ready for like very
me.
Your life is about to change right now.
You... I can save you from this, Mother. I promise. I can learn how to...
Nere, stop. I can't be saved from my own mistakes. This body is only a husk. My spirit must pass on. And you must let me go.
Mother, no. I need you.
You need to move on, Magpie, without me. But I can help you one last time.
Yeah, dude, we went through a lot
before I
of
go.
work to freaking get you back. Come on now.
Have the divine blessing. Your blood is the necessary key.
Let's do it. Why the heck not? Oh, not your glove, dude. Cool bridge.
Nere, you were so loved.
Unlockers.
The way is open. We have to go. But... do you think Lilith is even still here? It's
Yeah,
been so
she's
long.
gone.
I'm afraid she's won this
I
one.
think it's safe to say she's gone.
Besides, I have to... take care of my mother. But it's not over yet. Not for you.
Yep.
Lilith was after Rothma.
Yep.
Find him. Learn why.
She
I'll be
trying to
back at
bring
the vault.
back someone?
All right.
Is that the parallel they're saying? Does Lilith have to bring back a special someone? Necropolis of the First
I feel a cold wind flowing through my bones.
Bow. Ooh, blood. That's a lot of blood. Pantalones, yeah, yeah.
You are the last visitor to my sanctum. Though you come too late, just as Lilith did before you.
Interesting. She was late too?
For it was my father, Inarius, who arrived here first. It unfolded as my visions foretold. How we hurtle towards the prophecy's end.
No kidding. We sure are hurtling.
It started in dreams.
Yeah.
I saw shattered images of
All
the end of
this
sanctuary.
frickin' prophecy, dude.
The scales of a great serpent carried these visions. And so I went to visit him.
Big thought I was thinking.
My and the serpent's thoughts met, and the fragmented future was mended together. I put it down in order, and the prophecy was born.
The one that Narius is like obsessed with. I'm here for the prophecy. I must be the one to bear there.
To destroy the tumors to go any further.
Don't like it. So that probably undid something up here.
I knew Inarius would be driven to interfere.
Yep.
Believing that it was about him. He saw himself as a savior.
So dumb.
Piercing hatred's heart in hell.
So freaking self-righteous. He's like, oh, surely it's me. I'm supposed to save everyone. For sure. Who else would it be? Who else could it possibly be? Somewhere? Yeah. Jeez, that does so much singing to it. That's crazy.
It was only a matter of time before Inarius would discover what I'd done and come demanding the key.
Damn, he locked hell away just so Inarius wouldn't frickin' heck everything up. And he still managed to. What a dumb bastard. Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
You refuse to give me the key. You stand in the way of the Savior. The holy blood in your veins.
Dude, it's not you, motherfricker.
Nothing you do would change the future I saw.
I create my own destiny. And this prophecy of yours is just a small part of it.
What an idiot.
It is wider, beyond comprehension of ungrateful stars.
Yeah, he thinks
like
he's
yourself.
wiser and grander than Rothma.
All you must understand is once I am victorious in hell, the high heavens will welcome me home, where I belong.
I wish it would be true, Father.
Idiot. Idiot.
What's this place? I'm being followed.
Big heckin' passage, man. Oh. This is the Serpent's Passage? This place is huge. That's neck. Must have been huge. That's terrifying. No.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Oh boy.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
That's it. What the hell? Jesus.
Vigo.
What?
Who did this?
I have done all that was asked. The pain is gone now. This was a just punishment. A stronger man would have refused Venard's bribe. Nerel. Nerel, is she safe?
Yes, she's safe.
Oh my god.
Our meeting is no coincidence. I came here to help. Will you give this to her for me? I should never have taken it.
That's horrible.
It's so dark. I have repented. Do you think I was too late?
An Iron Maiden suit?
Not too late. The light has come to carry you home. Do you not see it, friend?
Yes. Yes. I see it now. They have come.
Jesus.
You didn't need that armor to prove your worth, friend.
I don't know if he deserved that, dude. He just took an amulet, man. Lord. He deserved an Iron Maiden suit? For taking one. Oh my gosh. Damage over time effects. I don't know. Hurricane might be damage over time. Legendary necklace. When hit while not healthy, a magical bubble is summoned running for 5 seconds. While standing in the bubble, players are immune. Can only occur once every minute. Interesting. Strength. Hold on. Jesus. That's wild. I don't know if he really deserved that.
Key to hell. I will not ask again.
Did he kill his own son? Did he kill Rothman?
You don't need to. I saw a vision of the key lifted from my corpse, under the watchful eyes of the great serpent in my sanctum.
Jeez.
If you are chosen as you say, it will come to pass.
It's too quiet. Where is she?
So she was in need of the Gate of Hell. Well, Astaroth, she needed a certain access to a certain place in Hell from Astaroth, I think, right? That he could only get to, and she wasn't allowed in. But sounds like she needs the key just to get into Hell, and then she can get to that like special place. Huge. Jeez. Rathma's quite interesting. So he is like super prophetic.
Is that him? Is that Rathma?
Oh, shoot. He was already dead.
I don't know if you would have chosen to stand beside me in this new world, Rathma. But I would have saved your place, just the same. And now, all that you might have been has been stolen from me. Stolen. This key unlocks more than the doors of hell. It unlocks our path to the future. A future made possible because of the price you paid. Your sacrifice will not have been in vain.
That's crazy. So did Anarius actually kill him? That wasn't Anarius's staff, for sure. Yeah, the first necromancer was dead. It's kind of crazy. There's no way after him. There we go.
I'm so excited. Today could be the last day being. Today is basically the last day of me being pregnant. Other than tomorrow morning.
Wow. Michaela and we had talked about having a joint baby shower together, but Michaela told me Shelly doesn't want me there.
Could you call her? It's just kind of upsetting for me and Kaylin.
Shelly acted like she was my friend at prom, so I have no idea where this is coming from.
I have contractions.
Our lives are about to change. Our lives about to change.
I don't know how to put these clips on.
Dad mode better kick in.
All right, traveler.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, I'm Michaela's biological mom. She does live with my mom and dad. When she was 5 years old, her father passed away. And I had a problem with addiction, so I chose to let Michaela and her brother stay with my parents. I've been sober now since 2009, and I've made an attempt, of course, to be a better mother since then. I wanted to talk to you about everything and get your opinion because I don't want you to be upset about anything, obviously. So when Michaela and I, of course, both found out that we were pregnant, we had talked about having a joint baby shower together. We thought that that would be kind of fun and neat and, you know, something to remember, of course. And since I hadn't had a baby shower since Michaela, I thought, you know, it wouldn't be completely out of the realm for us to do it, but Michaela told me. Shelly has made it very clear that she's involved and that she doesn't want me there. She's saying, like, I'm not helping with the shower. You realize, baby, I didn't even know about your shower until 2 days before, and then I got an invitation in the mail, like I was just a typical guest. Shelly acted like she was my friend at prom, so honestly, like, truly, from the bottom of my heart, honest, I have no idea where this is coming from or why this is happening.
Like, if my mom's upset, it obviously upsets me. I wish she would just, talk to my mom.
She's Carter's grandmother, just like I am. There's no reason that her and I have to be friends or pretend to be friends.
Yeah, it's just kind of upsetting for me and Caitlin, too, because we want to protect her while she's away.
All right, well, I will give her a call. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't have to be an issue, but it could be with the way she deals with things. I don't need some petty high school drama from a grown woman. It's not fair to me, and it's not fair to my daughter.
So Dr. Toles told me that I'm dilated and I need to come in at 8 o'clock tonight. You're going to be induced.
Vigo wanted you to have this.
He was a good
Poor
man.
guy, dude. He did not know.
And Lilith?
It was so over the top.
Was she even there? Did you meet her?
Already gone by the time I arrived.
There is more. I can see that.
Lilith took the key to hell off Rathma's body.
Then it was all in vain. She's the only one who got what they wanted.
She's pretty good at doing that.
She came seeking the Haradrim of legend. Seeking hope.
Nope.
She found neither.
Yep.
But her part in things was far from over. In truth, we would need her more than she needed us. Didn't seem that way at the time, though. For anyone. Inarius proved to be just as unreliable as I'd feared. His self-obsession had driven him to murder his son, Rathma.
Yeah, it was.
Lilith had taken a key to hell.
Wow.
Where would she use it?
And
we could only depend on
Naharius.
ourselves to find out.
What a dumb bastard. He literally set everything in motion. Holy cow, dude. Oh my gosh. He sucks. He freaking sucks. Destroy everything. Is it this? Is it making this explosion? What is it doing? It explodes everyone. Trigger a free storm skill of the same category. I mean, that's gotta be. Yeah, that's gotta be it. It just annihilates everyone. So over the top. Awesome. Well, that is where we're closing it out for the night. I've got to go pee, and I gotta go to bed. So, 2 crook. Oh Lord, well that would be super good too. Okay, I gotta go. See you guys. Hope you're having a wonderful day, night, morning, life, wherever, whenever you are. Have a good one.